All right, we're back. Ready and refreshed. That's in quotes. So, we left off trying to build Jared Carthalion last night. Now, the thing about this is there are some cards that I've selected that I'm not 100% sure that they actually work in the rules the way I think they do, so this might need to get changed up. But just as a refresher, the Jared Carthalion True Heir is a 3-mana Nigh commander. He's a 3/3. He says when he enters, target opponent becomes the monarch, and you can't become the monarch this turn. And if damage would be dealt to Jared while you're the monarch, prevent that damage and put that many +1 counters on it. Now, one option would have been to make it so that like all of your opponents have Shroud or something, or have like a Torpor Orb effect, so this ETB trigger never goes off. You could play Torpor Hushbringer, Strict Proctor, Doorkeeper Thrall. I think it's probably better that we don't just load our deck full of Monarch cards, and that we just do allow one of our opponents to get the Monarch and then take it from them later. And then he specifically says, if damage would be dealt to Jared while you're the monarch, prevent that damage and put that many +1 counters on it. So we're trying to do a Voltron type thing here where we're just dumping counters onto Jared. And so for that, we're going to play a bunch of damage-based sweepers. So Blasphemous Act probably being the best one, but there's also like Brotherhood's End, Chain Reaction, Deafening Clarion, Storm's Wrath, and Structural Assault. So the idea being that, you know, we become the monarch, then we cast one of these spells, kill all the creatures on our opponent's side of the board, and Jared becomes really big, and then we can just start beating people down. Now, the problem with that plan is that we also want to run a bunch of creatures, because, you know, we're in green, so we want all these Monodorks that we can use, especially because it's best to go, like, you know, turn 1 Monodork, turn 2, play Jared. So killing all of our own guys other than Jared doesn't really seem like a great plan. So I have included in here 3 ways of getting around that. There's Tajik Legion's Edge, which prevents all non-combat damage that will be dealt to other creatures you control. Rem Carolus. If a spell would deal damage to you or another permanent you control, prevent that. And Mark of Asylum. Prevent all non-combat damage that would be dealt to creatures you control. Now, the problem is, what happened, you know, so isn't this preventing the damage that would be dealt to Jared, and thus he's not getting the counters? Well, I think that because these are both replacement effects that are acting on the same event and are affecting Jared, I believe you can choose what order to put them in. So I believe you can choose to have Jared receive the damage and then have the damage prevented and get the +1 counters before the Mark of Asylum, Tajik, or Rem applies to it, but still save all of your other creatures from getting burnt. I think that's how it works. Now, if that's not how it works, then this deck would need to be radically changed. Mainly just like cutting basically all of the other creatures, and then especially like the ramp creatures, and replacing them with non-creature versions of the same effect. So like, you know, Giver, Grand Abolisher, Cutzel, Mother of Runes, like all that stuff would get cut for City of Solitude, Lightning Greaves, that kind of thing. All the Monodorks would get replaced with rocks or things that fetch lands. I think that's how it works. If it isn't, please let me know and I'll change all of this up. So some of the other things we're going to want, obviously, we're going to want some things that make us the monarch, because what if we can't hit the opponent that we made the monarch? Well, we're going to need to get the monarch. So we've got a few. We've got a court in white, a court in red, and a court in green. And then there is also Palace Jailer is our one creature that makes us the monarch. Welcome to the chat, Sean. So one of the other things we can do is, the problem is like the turn that we make our opponent the monarch, we can't then just like immediately attack them to get it back. But one thing we can do is, if we can have enough mana available, potentially we can go Jared, and then on another player's turn we can chord for Palace Jailer. Now that does require that we have a lot of mana / creatures to do that, but that's one option. Also, I've got Cordonella Damry's Call here because it's very important that we are able to find one of these damage prevention creatures. So there's that. We also want lots of ways of damaging Jared. So not just the sweepers, but we got a bunch of fight effects as well. So we have Boxing Ring, Bridgeworks Battle, Dramoka's Command, Domri Anarch of Bolas, and Tail Swipe, and then Ulvenwald Tracker. I also have one of Haywire Might, so that we have a tutorable creature that can blow up artifacts and enchantments. And then over here, we're going to have some ways of pushing Jared through, because we do need to actually be able to hit our opponent. So I've got Shadow Spear, which is Urza Saugable, and Rancor in order to get Jared to actually hit our opponents. Also got Repercussion. Whenever a creature's dealt damage, it deals that much damage to that creature's controller. So that turns all of our sweepers into also damage directly to the opponent's face. Obviously risky if we're doing this and we have our creatures, but we don't have one of these damage prevention effects. There's also Gideon's Sacrifice. Choose a creature or planeswalker you control. All damage that will be dealt this turn to you and permanents you control is dealt to the chosen permanent instead. So sort of a 3-card combo. If you've got Jared and you're the Monarch, and then you've got one of those damage sweepers, and then you've got Gideon's Sacrifice, then you can go Sacrifice, cast Sweeper spell. All the damage that would be dealt to all the other creatures you have in play gets sucked onto Jared as +1 counters. Also Pyrohemia. So this is 4 mana, end of turn. If no creatures are in play, sack Pyrohemia. And red, deal 1 damage to each creature and each player. So this obviously combines with Jared because the damage will always be prevented. So that says for every red mana you've got, you can just keep putting counters on Jared and pinging off all the other creatures in play, and Jared will always stick around. Obviously, the big thing here is that a ton of this stuff working depends on both Jared being in play, and it also depends on a lot of the times like Rem Careless and Tajik being in play. So we need lots of protection. So we've got Giver, Mom, Skrelv, and then Kutzel, Giver, Kutzel, Grand Abolisher, Destiny Spinner, Blighted Halfling, Swat, Cavern, Veil of Summer, all of this stuff to protect Jared. And after that, we've got some card draw, not a ton, like Toski's in here. Also some stacks cards, but also not a ton here because I found like a lot of the stacks cards would have conflicted with what we're doing. The main ones being the Rule of Laws, Archon of Emeria, Deafening Silence, and High Noon. And then we got all our ramp cards. And that's basically how the deck functions. And then over here in the considering section, there was a lot of things I wound up cutting for space. So like Griff's Boon, I figured Raincore and Shadowspear were enough, and this was probably the worst out of the 3 of them, so I got rid of that. Got rid of all the Null Rod effects, although it's possible we'll want to revisit that. Solar Blaze was another damage sweeper. I figured this was the worst out of all of them, and I needed the space. Miles Aria is something I considered. Throne of the High City obviously isn't a thing that we can just have as a land that gives us the Monarch, but paying 5 to make us the Monarch seems really bad. So I didn't bother with that, but that could be wrong. I could put that back in. I had multiple fight spells. This was the one that I thought was the worst one, so I got rid of this. Hornet Nest I thought could be interesting as a way to convert all of our damage sweepers. Like if we didn't have a Tajik or Rem Corliss or Mark of Asylum in play, we can, you know, damage Hornet Nest. The problem with this one, I think, is that the only one that I would consider to be worth it is Blasphemous Act. You know, convert this into 13 Hornets. But if it's one of the other damage sweepers, like Brotherhood's End, I'm not really interested in paying 3 and then having to combine this with a damage sweeper and then make 3 to 4 Hornets or something like that. Wada was another card. The problem with Wada is that Jared's ability to put counters on itself is not actually a trigger, so this part doesn't work. So this card's obviously built to work with the dinosaurs that have the Enrage mechanic, but we don't have any of those. And then it's got the fight ability, which there's not a lot of great things for Jared to try to fight on our own side. So I got rid of that one. Sulfim I felt was kind of redundant, and that Repercussion was basically doing what we wanted to do already, but better. And there was a lot of other stuff I considered, but I wound up taking out. So that's where we've landed on. Again, if Rem, Tajik, and Mark don't work with Jared the way I think they do, then we would need to obviously cut all of those, and then we would need to cut probably almost all, if not actually all, of the other creatures in the deck and replace them with non-creatures with the same effect. But that's going to be Jared. Do you like Devoted Druid for ramping as fast as possible to your commander, or would you rather have consistent ramp like a Felwar Stone? I generally consider Devoted Druid to be, it's better if you specifically have something that you're trying to get with the 1 extra mana. So like, if my commander is like 4 or 5 mana and I want to get to it as fast as possible no matter what, then I'll use Devoted Druid. Otherwise, I figure that it's usually just worse than other 2 mana ramp spells. It's also obviously in a very unique position because it can combo with Luxior, among other things. Luxior being the main thing that it combos with, but it can also easily combo with Swift Reconfiguration and Vizier of Remedies, are like 2 of the big ones that it combos with. So it's also a mana dork that doesn't require that you have too much else in your deck to just have an infinite combo. So I'll also include it in that. But if there's a reason that I don't want to include Luxior or Swift Reconfiguration or whatever, then I won't bother with it. Court of Garenbrig for Monarch and +1 counters. Court of Garenbrig is in here just because it's the cheapest way that we can get the Monarch in Naya. There was obviously lots of other things I could have played on the Monarch, but they all cost 4, and I thought they were all worse than the ones that we already have. So yeah, with like Devoted Druid, it's very easy to just have Urza Saga in your deck and then have Luxior as a tutor target, and then boom, you can generate infinite green with Devoted Druid. But there's lots of times where I don't want to do that for whatever reason. Sometimes it'll be because I'm trying to do stacks and I have Null Rod effects, in which case Luxior is obviously a lot less tempting. But anyway, that's Jared. So I guess I should specify here Tajik, Rem, and Mark to protect your other creatures from the damage sweepers. So I'll post this in the chat again if anyone wants to see that. And so on the wheel, we had a request by DeathPenalties to critique their Atraxa +1 counter thing. So go do that. Atraxa +1 counters. So yeah, this is the old Atraxa that has Proliferate. So we've got, let's see, type. Where's type? So 33 lands, okay. Looks pretty solid. Obviously, there's no revised duels, but otherwise, this looks pretty good. 1 basic forest. All right, so I like this. Grand Query, I'm definitely not as big of a fan of. Grand Query to me is the same problem as like Glimmer Void, where yeah, sure, even if you've got enough creatures in the deck to where this can matter, Glimmer Void being artifacts, but I would really generally not like these types of lands unless I'm like absolutely certain that I'm always going to have a creature. But what if you just don't? Like, what if you have turn 1 Mystic or more or something, and then your Grand Query gets killed? That's also kind of the same reason that Reflecting Pool winds up being a land that gets cut a lot, which is, what if it's your only land in your hand and then you just can't tap it? Or what if the only land in your hand produces colors and you need different colors and Reflecting Pool doesn't get you there? Other than that, let's continue. So this is tagged. So we only have 3 removal spells, and one of those is Path to Exile, so get rid of that immediately. I can think of probably like 10 removal spells off the top of my head in these colors that are better than Path. The most obvious one would probably be Abrupt Decay. Then there is, let's see, Protection. Akroma's Will, Offer. Okay, you're counting counter spells in the Protection. Offer, Arcane Denial, Flusterstorm, Heroic Intervention, Mom, Plaxcaster, Frogling, Stubborn Denial, Swan Song. Okay, Chroma's Will is not protection. It's 4 mana. It's way too hard to hold up. Same thing with like Plaxcaster Frog. The Plaxcaster Frog doesn't do anything until you've already spent 3 mana to play it, and then you have to hold 2 mana up at all times in order to protect your thing. Also, you have to specifically curve Plaxcaster into Atraxa, so if you get Plaxcaster afterwards, then it doesn't work. Yeah, generally just like, don't like these spell effects, especially the ones that cost more than 1. If you've got Mom in the deck already, why not just also have Giver and Skrelv and or like Sylvan Safekeeper? Those are all better options. Spellskite would be another one that would just protect your creatures. Then we've got Dothy, Spark Double. I don't think that's necessary. Beaters, Champion of Lambhull. I don't understand why people like this card so much. I think this card is terrible. Ledger Shredder, okay, that's good. Mana Gorger, sure. Wildwood Scourge enters with counters. Whenever one or more counters are put on another non-Hydra creature, put a counter on this. This is not good. Counter Givers. Arwen, Brina, Bristly Bill, Broker's Ascendancy. Beginning of end step, put a counter on each creature you control and a loyalty on each Planeswalker. Court of Garenbrig, Forgotten Ancient, Good Fortune Unicorn, Luminarch Aspirant, Ornery Tumblewag. All right, the ones here that are not good are Arwen, Brina, Court, And the Unicorn and Tumblewag, I think. Yeah, and Tumblewag. Either because they're too expensive, like Luminarch Aspirant's okay if you're trying to move counters around. Ornery Tumblewag is basically doing the same thing, but for 1 mana more. And then like the ones like Arwen and Good Fortune Unicorn, where the problem with these ones is that they don't work afterwards. So if you play a bunch of creatures and then you play Arwen, or then you play Good Fortune Unicorn, then they're not doing anything. And I noticed that you also don't have like Nissa, Voice of Zendikar in here, as would be another 3 mana thing that can just put counters on all your stuff. Like there's other ways of putting counters on all your stuff that works regardless of whether you get it first or second. If I want the card to come out earlier, so something like Bristly Bill makes more sense, right? It can come out and then it can just keep putting counters on things as you play lands, as opposed to like Arwen. Key cards, Soul Cauldron. Okay, you got Heliod Ballista combo. Then there's Soul Cauldron, Incubation Druid. Yeah, Kami. Sage Devours for the combo. And then Vigian Graft Mage untaps a creature with a counter on it. So presumably that is Incubation Druid or Kami to go infinite mana. And then you could just play Ballista. Or you could put counters on Sage and then take infinite turns. And then Agatha's will let you retain the abilities of Ballista or Sage Devours or like these other cards while something else is in the graveyard. Okay, that makes sense. And it puts counters on stuff. I know you already have an Adeline list, but I'd like your opinion on my version of the deck. It's limited by budget. I'm willing to spend only 100 more on it, and I don't want to run mass land destruction. Both lists can be found on Moxfield. Sure. Chris, 98. Adeline. Critique, plus 100. Let's see. Ramp 13. I don't think that's enough. But as far as the ramp that you've included goes, this is all good. You're mainly missing like the big ones. So Mox Diamonds, Chrome Mox. But, you know, we're on a budget. That's fine. Incubation, Noble Hierarch. Okay, these are all good. I generally don't like... So I think Bloom Tender is one of the most overrated cards. And I generally don't like it unless I can ensure that I have at least a permanent of another color the turn after I play Bloom Tender. So I get that you've got Atraxa, and that with Bloom Tender in play, you'll then make a bunch of mana once Atraxa's out. And that's fine, but I generally don't like it if I'm paying... So let's say, you know, you don't have Atraxa out, right? You go land, Bloom Tender, and then you untap, and your only permanent is your green Bloom Tender, then you've just spent 2 mana for 1 mana, which is okay. Like, that's fine. That's the equivalent to, like, a Mana Rock. But if I'm playing Bloom Tender, I want to be able to make at least 2 with it consistently. So I generally won't play Bloom Tender unless I have either a commander that costs 3 or less that's on one of the other colors, or, you know, then I can go, like, the turn after playing Bloom Tender, I can go commander, immediately tap for 2 at least. Or I've got, like, a lot of other permanents that aren't green that I know I'm going to be playing early. Then we've got Psych Grift. Pet card as foretold. Okay, yeah, I was going to criticize this, but sure, it's a pet card. Extra counters. Benevolent Hydra, Kami of Whispered Hopes, and Winding Constrictor. I would not bother with the Hydra. If you really want Hardened Scales effect, I would just play straight up Hardened Scales instead of the Hydra, because it's cheaper. Citadel, I really don't like Brina. Esper Sentinel, Fathom Mage. Okay. More Necro, Rystix, Sylvan Library, that's fine. Flux Channeler for proliferating, although I noticed that you don't have Evolution Sage in here as well, which I think is probably the better of the 2. And then, is that everything? You've got some reanimation. I'm not really sure why. You can reanimate Sage Devours, maybe? And then we've got the tutors. Archdruids, Beseech, Eldritch, Finale, Mystical Tutor, Neoform Vamp. What are you neoforming? 1 into Sage, or 2 into Graft Mage, or 2 into Kami, or 2 into Heliod, I guess? Sure. Also Mystical Tutor. What are you getting with Mystical Tutor? You're grabbing... Other tutors, Reanimate Spell, Psych Rift. Mystical Tutor might be cuttable. I think in general you've built this pretty well. I just think there's a number of cards, especially when it comes to the +1 counter plan, that aren't good and that I could easily cut. I forget what I have my Atraxa deck built like. I know I proliferate with it, obviously, but I don't remember what I specifically have it built as. Oh, what am I doing? I can just compare. Compare to Atraxa. Oh, I don't have an Atraxa deck built? Really? I only have the bigger Atraxa deck. All right, well, that's something to rectify at some point. Yeah, so I think there's just a lot of cards in here that aren't that great, like Spark Double, Arwen Brina, Fort, Unicorn, Tumblewag, Scourge, Champion of Lambhole, Hydra, Path. Don't understand why there are reanimations in here at all. I would want Plaxcaster. I would want, yeah, more of the Mom effects and just other ways of protecting Atraxa, especially ways of not having it get countered. So you got the Lighted Halfling, but no Cavern or any other way of preventing it from getting countered other than countering back. That requires you have more mana set up. There's probably some other, like, proliferating, yeah, like, evolution stage. There's probably some other +1 counter stuff I'm not thinking of offhand, but that seems like mainly how I would fix this. Benevolent Hydra has good synergies with Sage Devour since I have a ton of tutors. One or more counters, put that many +1 on it instead. Yeah, but Winding Constrictor does the same thing. So why wouldn't you just play the one that's cheaper? And Kami is also 3 mana, which would be the same as Benevolent Hydra. I'm saying it's redundant. Like, you've got Kami and you've got Winding Constrictor, both of which are better than this. So why not just play Hardened Scales in that case? Also, Conclave Mentor is in your colors, and you could run that as a 2 mana creature. That would do the same thing. Anyway, yeah, that's how I'd fix it up. So now let's move on to Chris's deck. Why do you lean towards Dorks over Nature's Lore and 3 Visits? Because they're cheaper. Because most of them are 1 mana. Once you get to 2 mana, that's when I need my creatures to be better than the non-creature versions. So if I'm at 2 mana, rocks are the best. And if I'm not playing rocks, it's for a specific reason. Like, I'm going to play, you know, stacks including Null Rod effects, so I don't want the rocks. Or if I'm doing the land-based ones like Nature's Lore, Farseek, etc., it's usually because I've got landfall or something. And then there's other variations on that, like, you know, if I've got Enchantress effects, obviously I'm going to play Wolf Willow, Fertile Ground. But if I'm going to play creatures, again, I need that to be for a specific reason. It'll be because I either have creature synergies, like Toski, so now my guys that are mono rocks can technically attack and draw cards, or I've got like Enduring Innocence, Welcoming Vampire, those kinds of effects, or I've got taxing effects in my deck like Thalia, so therefore the creature versions of the ramp are obviously superior to the non-creature versions. Anyway, this was Adeline, right? Yeah, Adeline. Okay, so it's budget Adeline. Budget, $600. Use enable tags, group cards by category. Indeed. All right. The only thing is that I find people don't categorize their lands correctly when I do that. So I usually start with type and then see how many lands there are and then do types and tags. So 35 lands seems like a lot. Although in an Adeline stack, you might have more lands than normal because you're not going to play anywhere near as much ramp. There's another list on my account which was inspired by you. Well, perhaps we will see that. Let's look at that next. Demolition is for Glacial Chasm, sure. I would not play Emeria. I can't imagine that you've got enchantments in an Adeline deck that matter enough to run Hall of Heliod. Nykthos, 3 Tree City, so this has to be Human Tribal if you're running this. Cave, I guess not necessarily because Adeline makes a bunch of human tokens. Rogue's Passage sucks. Stop playing this card, people. War Room also sucks. Stop playing this card. Now, the one caveat is War Room doesn't always suck. There are times when I would run it, but I usually wouldn't. Rogue's Passage always sucks, though. Just don't run that at all. A Gonjo, I can't imagine this being relevant in a way that makes the basic planes different, especially if you're already running a Myria. Like, I would want as many of my lands as possible to be planes. Castle Ardenvale is garbage in EDH. Don't run this card. Okay, we've got Eldrazi Monument, so hopefully you're not playing Thalia then. No, you are playing Thalia, but you're running Eldrazi Monument. All right, if you're running Thalia, you got to start being real selective about the expensive non-creature spells that you play. Austere Command, not necessary. Heraldic Banner, Heraldic Banner, but why though? So the thing about the curve here is, like, I want to cap out on Adeline. I want to play Adeline and then win the game with Adeline. So I don't need ramp that costs the same or more than Adeline does. Oketra's Monument is defensible because it at least applies to multiple creatures a turn and it's giving you tokens, which you already want to do. Pearl Medallion, same type of thing here. I definitely don't care about Patchwork Banner. Gold Clamp good, Sol Ring good, Swiftfoot Boots not good, and there's Greaves. Yeah, Swiftfoot Boots is not good. Greaves is good. Austere Command, get that out of here. Vanquish the Horde, sure. Enchantments. Case of the Gateway Express. ETB, choose a creature you don't control. Each creature you control deals 1 damage to that creature, and then you can solve it with +1/0. I would basically never run this over just another removal spell, I think. Cathar's Crusade, that's another big one. That's perhaps defensible, but you are running Thalia, so keep that in mind. Chivalric Alliance, I don't think I'd bother with this, but it's fine. Deafening Silence, Land Tax, Reconnaissance. I don't know why you would want Reconnaissance. Adeline's already huge. I would rather play just more removal that can clear the way of any creatures that are potentially a threat to Adeline. And also, that means that you would have to have all 3 of your opponents have a creature that can block and kill Adeline for this to be worthwhile. Rip, I usually don't bother with this anymore, like graveyard stuff. Reanimation as a strategy has gone just way down in stock. Tithe, Takazia's Welcome. You're running Takazia's Welcome, but you don't have Welcoming Vampire, which is the creature version of it. I also see that you don't have Enduring Innocence, which I would definitely have in here. What else do we have? Chroma's Will, Call the Copper Coats, didn't bother with that. Clever Concealment, don't bother with that. You're not going to be able to play around sweepers. If you are, I would just run Flawless Maneuver since it's free. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with that kind of stuff. Gladriel's Dismissal, Gift, Crescendo, definitely would not bother with this card. Stop playing modal-faced lands that are tapped. Path, get rid of that. Stroke, Swords to Fairy, Protection. And you don't have the creatures in here as well, or do you? No, they're over here. Okay, you do have them. And then the creatures are Ogma, Archon, Aven Mind Sensor, Benny, Brax, Zoologist, Baragond. Whenever it or another human enters, creatures you control get +1 and gain Vigilance. There's another one that does the same thing as this, right? Gold Knight Commander? Yeah, this one. And then Boromir, Cathar Commando. I would not play this card. 3 mana to kill 1 thing, and you have to sack it to do it. Champion of the Parish, I wouldn't bother with this either. It's just a big creature, and it requires you play a bunch of other stuff. If you're ever playing this, like, not on turn 1 or 2, it's terrible. Containment Priest, sure. Coppercoat, Deep Gnome, Terramancer. Really weird that you have this in the deck. Granith, Esper Sentinel, Aethersworn Candace Giver, Gold Knight, Grand Abolisher, Greymond. ETB, choose 2 abilities. Humans have the chosen abilities, First Strike, Vigilance, or Lifelink. I imagine you would probably pick First Strike and Lifelink. And then as long as you control 4 more humans, humans control get +2. Okay, Guide of Souls, I wouldn't bother with that. Neither White Orchid, definitely wouldn't bother with that. Lost Sarnak, Captain. ETB or another human enters, tap something. At the beginning of your upkeep, create a human. That doesn't seem very good. Mirror Entity, Mondrak, Mother Runes, Recruiter, Roaming Throne, Rumor Gatherer. I don't like this card either. Selfless Spirit, definitely don't like this. 12, Skyclave, Thalia, Weathered Wayfarer, get rid of Weathered Wayfarer, and Witch Enchanter. Okay. I feel like a Gonjo is free. It absolutely is not free. Not by a long shot. First of all, you're playing Emiria, which means you want the First of all, don't play Emiria. But secondly, if you're playing Emiria, you want the maximum number of lands in your deck to be plains, which means anything that is not a plains needs a really good reason for being here. A Ganjo is absolutely not free at all. You know, maybe it'll cost 2 to channel this when you've got Adeline in play, but that's still bad. That means you're attacking something that you don't want to get into combat with Adeline, and you're paying 2 mana to kill it, when you could just play something that's cheap, like just a spell in your deck that can kill it. There's also effects that are going to affect non-basic lands, so you can run up against decks that are running Ruination, Back to Basics, etc., Blood Moon, and then this is not free in those cases. I need Reconnaissance. Reconnaissance helps me Alpha Strike every turn, save all my stuff, and then untap them all to give Pseudo-Vigilance. Yeah, see, I just wouldn't bother with that. I'm not running all the 3 CMC when small creature enters draws, because with the different buffs, sometimes they get disabled. What buffs disable them? You can stack the abilities, right? So the +1 dudes don't disable them. Cathar's doesn't disable them. The only buffs that the buffs that disable them are Monument, Heraldic Banner, and Patchwork Banner. I already wouldn't play Heraldic or Patchwork Banner to begin with. Eldrazi Monument, sure. I feel like that's hardly anything that actually counteracts that stuff. So I would definitely be running those. You are running Champion of the Parish and many other dumb beatdown cards in your Adeline version. What do I do? Am I now? Maybe I am. I guess, let's see. If you have Adeline, you're putting 3 tokens into play every turn, and then this starts getting really big. Let's compare. Compare Adeline. What do I have in my Adeline version that you're not running? And it's fine if you don't want to run Armageddon and whatnot. I have Anointed Procession, which you don't have. I've got all the anti-ETB stuff. Oh, really? Do I have Hushwing Griff? But I also have Enduring Innocence. Interesting. How long ago did I make this deck? Welcoming Vampire, Staff, Kataki, Winter Moon. So I'm playing more stacks, obviously. Like, a lot more. Beginning of combat on your turn, choose creatures you control one at a time until each creature you control has been chosen. Each of those creatures gets +1 for each creature chosen before it. Where's Champion? I have Thalia's Lieutenant. Not Champion, unless I'm blind and I'm missing it. Anyway, I would say the main difference between my version and your version is I'm playing way more stacks. Way more stacks, and I'm playing the ETB trigger dudes. But I also think you just have a lot of cards here that don't make a lot of sense. I made another list more similar to yours. All right, let's take a look. Oh, do I have this tagged? Oh, yeah. Why did I not look at the tags here? Beatdown, creature buffs, finishers, protection, removal, life gain, evasion givers, board wipes, token makers, tutors, untagged lands. Okay, stacks. Yeah, I wouldn't bother with Rest in Peace unless your local metagame is just filled with reanimation. Ramp, raw, board protection. Okay. Back to Chris. Adeline, Nalia, Tesophilia. We've been through all that already. Adeline 2, testing. Yeah, just get Austere Command out of here. I don't know why you insist on playing this. You should just be winning the game via your creatures being huge and dominating the board. Like, you don't need Austere Command. And Eldrazi Monument still. Evasion Givers. Board wipes, beat down. Still have Cathar's Crusade here, sure. Their Ascendant, Bunicorn. All of these Knight of the White Orchid. So White has a ton of these, right? It's got all of these cards that say, if your opponent has more lands than you, or if your opponent has more cards in their hand than you do, or etc. Like, basically all of those cards suck. They're all reliant on certain board states, especially the turn order of whoever goes first and where you are in that position. And a lot of times these cards just don't do anything. Mentor the Meek. Yeah, I don't really like Rumor Gatherer either. So yeah, this looks closer offhand. I would say it's probably this. I'm probably going to give the same critique here, just fewer cards I'm going to say should be taken out. Same thing, like get rid of Castle Ardenvale, get rid of a Gonjo, get rid of Emiria, get rid of Hall, get rid of Rogue's Passage. Yeah, that's basically that. Anything else you want me to take a look at while we're here, Chris? Angeli V5, Circo, Hithkin Shiafi, White Weenies, Hutzelcat Budget, _ Vendo Scambio Selling, M White Humans. Interesting names. I'm interested. What is this deck? Vendo Scambio. Ah, it's a list of stuff you're selling, I guess? Huh. Do I just keep all the dumb beatdown stuff? Beatdown stuff I would not play. Akroma's Will. Probably not Monument, but that's at least defensible. Guide of Souls, Patchwork. I'll get rid of those. Their Ascendant, Champion of the Parish, Bunicorn, and the others. Yeah, those are fine. You're trying to just beat your opponents to death anyway. The thing you got to understand about EDH and its dynamics and how it's different than 60 card 1v1 is that, so you can't just build an aggro deck in EDH. You know, in 1v1 you've got a single opponent and you can just rush them down. In EDH you've got 3 opponents and they have double the life that you would have in a normal game, right? So you don't just have to, it's what, 6 times the amount of life that you have to take out because each of them is doubled. So yeah, instead of dealing 20, you need to deal 120. And there's just no way that you're going to be able to deal 120 in a limited amount of time before your opponents start ramping like crazy. Also, the power level of EDH decks is closer to like Vintage, where you've got some of the best cards ever made. If you have ever played like the Moto Vintage Cube, for example, you know that aggro kind of sucks and it can't really compete against Storm, for example. So the only way to build aggro is with stacks cards. You need your rule of laws and your taxing effects and your mass land destruction, and you need all of that to slow down your opponents. And if you're not going with aggro, you basically always need to have ramp. It's essentially impossible to just not play ramp because you're just going to get accelerated past by everyone else at the table, and they're going to be playing, while you're still playing your 3 drops, they're going to be playing their 6 and 7 drops, or they're going to be playing multiple spells a turn. And that's why I typically go for 30 lands, 20 ramp. It's also part of the reason why, because of the power creep of the game in general, why EDH decks are a lot more homogenous than they used to be, because now what you have is when you start building a deck, you go, and I can attest to this from how I build decks on here and how you add in these packages, you add in your 30 lands, and then the lands, you know, the lands are not the interesting part. You just play your lands. Most of the time, those lands don't really matter unless there's something like a Gaia's Cradle or a Cabal Coffers, but even then, they're just making mana. Then you add in your, 20 ramp spells, so now you're at 50. Then you add in all the staples that are usually in the deck. So, One Ring, Mystic Remora, and Rhystic Study if you're in blue, Bolas' Citadel if you're in black. Like, you add in all of that stuff, and then usually your deck will be reliant on your commander to some extent, right? Unless you're just, generic good stuff. But if your deck is reliant on your commander, which I think tends to be the more interesting commanders are the ones where you have to build a deck around them, then you need ways of protecting your commander, right? You need your mom effects, you need your stuff can't be countered. If you're not building around your commander, that means probably that you're a more generic good stuff deck, in which case you're going to play more generic good stuff cards. You also need your interaction, your spot removal, you need your counter spells if you're in blue. And by the time you get done adding all of that stuff in, all of those like typical cards that go into every deck, you have usually like 20 to 15 cards that you can actually build around. And if you want to have more unique cards in your deck, you have to deliberately start stripping things out of the other categories to make room for them. And so that's why a lot of the decks become more homogenous. And that's also why I think some of the best, not best just in terms of power level, but best in terms of it's the most interesting to build and play with, are the commanders that have really unique effects where you run cards that you would never run normally because they're good with your commander. Would you run Leonin Arbiter? Yes. In your mono-white stacks deck that doesn't have fetch lands? Yes, I would run Leonin Arbiter. Usually, in these white decks, the only cards that you have that are tutoring are Enlightened Tutor, Recruiter of the Guard, and Stoneforge sometimes. So yeah, I would run Leonin Arbiter. But you can also just run Aven Mind Sensor as well as another option. Either one of those works. Or both. Get rid of Weathered Wayfarer, and maybe not Cave, but Wayfarer at least. All right, we are done here. So then, again, that just leaves the Cube Critique for Edward Nigma. I do not believe Edward is in the chat, so we will delay this until such time as they appear. But for now, I found this interesting website. I was wondering, so Scryfall has a random card function, but I wanted to make that specific to commanders only. So I have found this website, randomcommander.com, where we can hit this random button and it will give us a random commander. I figure that is more interesting than going through the commanders in release order. So we can random this and then start building commander decks out of whatever we hit. Oh, you are here, Edward. All right. Would you like to... What is your Cube Cobra username then? Would you run another board wipe over Austere or just Vanquish the Horde? I probably wouldn't run either. I don't think your plan is to get a bunch of creatures into play, so I don't think you want sweepers. Xanthic Slime, okay. So... Cube, Cobra, Xanthic, Slime. Convert to Slime. Okay, that did not help. Let's put this together. Xanthic Slime, an arguably large amount of respect. Is this it? Designed by Galahal. Okay, so no. Is this it? No. All right, I can't find you via Google, so drop the link in, but just like, instead of saying .com with a period, say like .com with a DOT, so that YouTube doesn't eat the link, and then we can just fix the link. When you can you build a Sigarda deck budgeted around 600 to 700? Which Sigarda? There's like 3 or 4 of them. Also, usually you can just take a deck that I already have built and you can easily cut cards out of it until you get down to the the budget that you need, mainly by getting rid of lands. If you are interested in reviewing a lower power level deck with an interesting unpopular commander, I've got Trostani 3 Whispers list. Sure. I have 2 Sigarda decks built, apparently. Font of Blessings and Host of Herons. And there's the other one that's like gives hexproof to humans, and then I think there's another one after that. Is Commander Sigarda. Yeah, there's 4 Sigardas. I think building budget versions of these is pretty easy, so there will usually be a handful of cards that are the most expensive cards. So right here, without even price sorting it, I already know that the most expensive cards here are going to be Ancient Tomb, One Ring, Guy's Cradle, Savannah, and Mox Diamond and Chrome Mox. And then after that, so it's usually like a handful of those cards that, you know, usually reserve list stuff that tends to be the most expensive. And then once you cut all of that out, that takes a huge amount of money out. And then if you still need to reduce the cost more, you can usually replace a bunch of the lands. So there's stuff like, I know Gemstone Caverns is like $50 and is not strictly speaking necessary. Like, you can usually make the land base worse but still functional and get it down to the price that you need. Tyabelxx, if you tried to post a link, even with a fixed link, it did not go through. If you've got an Architect, Architect is one of the websites that allows a user search. So if you've got an Architect username, you can just tell me and I can go look that up. This Sigarda list and this Sigarda list. Did my link post? It did not. Tyabelxx, Selesnya Control should be enough, sure. Architect. Search user Tyabelxx. I know for a lot of my decks you reviewed, you said my lands were bad and I had too many basics. How would I clean that up? Give me an example. You make budget Kithkin. I'm having a really hard time. I feel like there aren't enough good cards, even if budget is not a concern. You're going to have problems like that whenever you have a very, very narrow tribe. So Kithkin, as far as I can tell, basically the only sets where you have a significant amount of them are... Wait, is the Lighted Halfling a Kithkin or is it actually a Halfling? Or no, the Kithkin are Halflings now, right? Hang on. No, they're actually Kithkin. What is the Lighted Halfling a Kithkin or is it a Halfling? It is a Halfling. Okay, so Kithkin and Halflings are not the same thing? That was so weird. Oh yeah, so if you're trying to make a Kithkin deck, you've basically got Lorwyn, Morningtide, and then that's it. You've got 2 sets to work with. So yes, I imagine it would be an incredible struggle to actually build a Kithkin deck. How many Kithkin are even in the game? Format EDH, type is Kithkin, or it says Kithkin in the Oracle text. You only have access to 72 cards. The majority of those are probably bad. So yeah, it would be a real tough find to be able to build a Kithkin deck. What about is a commander? Because you want a Kithkin commander, right? There's only 2, and the only one that's 2 colors is Gadok Teague, and then this guy sucks. So yeah, you're going to struggle to do that. Certain ones are just not going to work. Like, I was interested in possibly making a Tree Folk tribal deck at one point, and then there's just not... There's like maybe 2 Tree Folk that are actually good. It's in budget 5 to 6 on Architect. Budget 5 to 6. Selesnya control. So it's this Trostani, eh? My LGS meta is the guy with every precon, the guy who plays Is It Only, Bark or Joyra, and the guy who plays Enchantment Stacks. Well, it seems pretty diverse, if nothing else. And I imagine lower power level if there's the precon, but that might just be the one outlier. All right, Selesnya, target creature gains Death Touch, target creature gains Vigilance, target creature gains Double Strike. So you're in Selesnya colors, so you're not going to have any of the Training Grounds effects to reduce these costs. The one that's probably the most valuable is the Death Touch one, but again, you're in Selesnya, so you don't have access to pingers. For the most part, there's probably some white pingers. Or there's also colorless pingers like Viridian Longbow. The Double Strike maybe is another one that could work. So as far as lands are bad goes, Jalen, typically what you want to look at is this. Does the land only produce colorless? It's probably bad. Very, very few exceptions of where colorless lands are not bad. Does the land produce only one color and you're in a 2-color deck? It's probably bad. There's obviously like basic lands, that's fine. But then if it's, you know, a Gonjo, it's probably bad. Now the big exceptions are like the blue ones, Sink into Stupor, Odawara, and Boseiju in green. But mostly they're bad. So like Takanuma sucks. There's ones like, you know, Shizo and Shinka are only good if you're specifically looking to push your commander or a specific creature through enemies. Those are typically bad. And then anything that always comes into play tapped is also usually garbage. And then usually when you have bad lands, it's as a result of having a 2-color deck without the budget to get the better lands. So in that case, I would just come over here to... I mean, you can do this in a Scryfall search, but I just have them all already here. Just go over here and just look at the lands that are in your colors and pick all of these out. Where? Oh, I put on a Moxfield by accident. That back up. Trostani, mainly Voltron, but it started as Control Politics deck, and whenever deals combat damage to a player, matter deck, as my creatures are essentially unblockable, because I can give them Death Touch / Double Strike before damage, and giving them Double Strike, of course, means that I get these triggers twice. Yeah, this is the most expensive of these abilities, which means I would want your creatures to be as small as possible. All right, so let's just take a look at this. The more I've been playing 2+ color decks, the more I realize mono-fixing lands are by far the best. Even utility lands that only give 1 color kind of suck. Yes, they do. Usually I will play... Usually the only... In a multicolor deck, the only lands that I will run that are not able to produce multiple colors are Boseiju, Odawara, Sink into Stupor, Minamo if your deck has the One Ring or your commander has a tap ability. Lands that produce tons of mana, so Gaia's Cradle, Cabal Coffers. Urborg and Yavimaya specifically because they fix your other lands into those colors, and Yavimaya for its ability, especially in combination with Gaia's Cradle, to allow you to untap it with Arbor Elf. Sometimes if I don't necessarily need all of my slots filled, I might run like Disciple of Freyalise or Bridgeworks Battle or like some of the other Bolt lands that have an ability, Pinnacle Monk. Because there might be a space or two free from duels, and then those cards might be relevant to something in the deck. And the only colorless lands I will run are like Urza's Saga, Ancient Tomb, because it produces 2. Very, very few decks I'll run the original Boseiju, and those are the decks where I specifically need a, like, combo spell to resolve. All that comes to mind, I'm sure there's some more of them, but that's really what comes to mind. Here's a Scryfall for dual lands. Thank you for anybody who's looking that up. Ancient Tomb, obviously. Yeah, when you reviewed my decks like Angel, you said 6 to 7 basics were too much and Reliquary Tower was a bad land to have, just as an example. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Reliquary Tower sucks. No, but I can't think of a single deck where I'd want Reliquary Tower. Unless I somehow have a commander that's just, like, drawing an insane amount of cards, but is also not a combo commander, so I'm not, like, going to combo with those cards. And I'm in, like, one color or something. Freestrider Lookout is MVP of the deck, by the way. He is in ramp. Would more dual lands be better? Yes. Also, nobody, even if you're on a budget, nobody should be playing Evolving Wilds and Terramorphic Expanse. Unless you specifically have, like, Landfall. Fabled Passage, same thing. Alright, let's actually take a look at this deck from Jalen. So, oh, not Jalen, from Tyabelxx. So, we've got, I'll ignore the sideboard here. So, we've got Ramp, Beanstalk Giant, Cultivate, Freestrider Lookout. Whenever you commit a crime, look at the top 5. Okay. So this is Trostani, activate an ability, and then keep triggering the commit a crime part. Okay, makes sense. Get Karametra out of here. Stop playing ramp spells that cost 4 and more. Nature's Lore, Oracle Moldiah. Nope, get out of here. Kurtribe Elder, Sky Shroud Claim, get out of here. Nope. Soul Ring, Sun Titan. Sun Titan is absolutely not a ramp spell, and probably not good in general. Tempt with Discovery, get that out of here. Wild Growth, Wood Elves. Okay. Well, even if you would keep all of these cards, this is not enough ramp, probably. And also, none of these are Monodorks? Like, not one single Birds of Paradise or Lenore Elves or anything in here. Which I just find baffling. Because I'd run every single one Monodork, including Boreal Druid, before I run any of these that cost 3 and up. Except for Freestrider, because you can get crazy value out of it. You've got Swiftfoot Boots. I don't know why that's in here either. Smuggler's Surprise. This is also bad. All right. Lands, 40. Way too many. Way too many. And obviously, you're on a budget here because you're playing, like, you know, lands that suck. But of the lands that suck, the ones that are absolutely not defensible at all in your 2-color deck on a budget are Bollighead Recovery, Blighted Woodland, Bonder's Enclave, Broker's Hideout, Cabaret Courtyard, Demolition Field, Agonjo, Fabled, Mosswort Bridge, Myriad Landscape, Scavenger Grounds, Sajiri Shelter, Sungrass Prairie, War Room. Yeah, get rid of all that. I would play, like, literally any dual land over any of those cards. Draw spells, Doomscar Warrior, Firemane Commando, Hunter's Insight, Innocuous Researcher. Whenever this attacks, each player reveal... Oh, God. Reach a non-land card revealed this way, then each player draws a card. Don't play card draw that gives your opponent cards. Ungara, Orin Frostfang, Rishkar's... Really? Smuggler's Snare. At the beginning of each end step, draw a card for each opponent who drew 2 or... Nope, get rid of that. Sword of Fire and Ice, Toski. Okay, then we've got Combat Tricks for some reason. Oh, because we're Voltroning. Berserk, Become Immense, Might of Oaks, and Overprotect. Target you gets +3, Trample, Hexproof, Indestructible. Okay, so assuming that you are Voltroning onto Trostani herself so that you can deal commander damage. So we've got 4, and then we get double strike. So we need our commander to be 11 power before we one-shot somebody with it. Don't think there's a cheap way to do that. We could get it to halfway there, I guess. So we could do 7 and then double strike it more. I feel like if I'm gonna do that, I would just want to play either the really, really cheap ones like Might of Old Krosa and Groundswell. And if I'm not doing, but more importantly, probably not the temporary ones and ones that are just permanent. So, specifically equipment that triggers on getting combat damage in, or just auras that make your guy bigger. Also, for Voltroning, we need protection for Trostani, but I don't know if you have that in here. You have basically these 3 are your only protection. Yeah, that's not good enough. Then we've got bodies. Conclave on Evangelist. Okay. Conclave Sledge Captain. Buyback or backup. Trample. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, put that many +1 counters on it. So it gains the abilities below the backup. Does each backup here count separately? Each backup ability triggers separately. Okay. Giant Adaphage. Nope. Luminarch Ascension, Monogorger, Miri, Audric. I would have to look through your creatures to see how many of them do this, although I guess it duplicates the abilities off Trostani, right? Okay, yeah, sure. Oger Kazlam, wouldn't bother with that. Scepter. Equip creature gets +2 on Trample. Whenever equip creature deals combat damage, create that many 1/1s. Zerium. Whenever a Griffin you control deals combat damage to a player, create a 2/2 Containment Priest and Doorkeeper Thrall for some reason. And then we've got Removal. Aerial Extortionist. Beast Within. Dismantling Wave. Kogla. Lauren. Path. Pick Your Poison. Stroke. Swords. Thraben Charm. Unexplained Absence. Alright, this is probably too much removal. You obviously have huge land problems. Need more ramp spells. Need more, and specifically to cut the bad ones. You just gotta have a lot of cards in general that are bad, like a lot. I would, yeah, want to probably replace every single one of these combat tricks. Maybe not become immense, although it depends on how many spells you're putting in the graveyard. Probably become immense. And replace all of this with just either permanent power boosting or ones that are cheaper that give more, which is basically every single one of these except Berserk. But Berserk, you lose your creature. I don't think I would like most of these creatures here. The ones I think are okay are what? Audric, Hydra, probably it. Board wipes, also weird that you're playing these. At least Tragic Arrogance makes sense to keep Trostani alive. The rest that really don't. Bane of Progress is fine. I would need to see what your actual breakdown of enchantments and artifacts are, although it appears to not be very much. Alright. And way more protection to keep Trostani alive. Like, if you're actually trying to Voltron Trostani into people, you need way more than this. I'm upgrading my counter givers for Atraxa. Thoughts on Mikaeus the Lunarch? Way better effects than Mikaeus exist. I mean, I'm not a fan. I guess what? For 3 mana, that's essentially the equivalent of Nissa or Broker's Ascendancy, except it runs out, where the other ones don't run out. Yeah, I don't like Mikaeus the Lunarch. Glacial Chasm is cool in Muldrotha. I think Glacial Chasm sucks as well. You can give the combat trick to an opponent creature plus double strike 2. Might of Oaks is the only one that does 22. Definitely question that. I mean, yes, that's technically correct, but it's 4 mana. So that means you need 7, because you need Might plus the ability to activate. And then your creature still doesn't have Trample or anything, so on top of that, you then need a way to actually connect with your opponent. Swords are quite good. Voltron's more of a sub-theme. Bodies are the other win con. There would be 3 triggers on the stack for Enclave / Sled, or yeah, Conclave Sledge Captain. All right, I am gonna build this. What do you have over here in the sideboard? Sword of Forge and Frontier, I would immediately put that in the deck. And then the rest of them, Get Lost probably is fine in the deck too. Kender's Transformation's fine as well. All right, let's build it. Which Trostani is it? It's Trostani 3 voices or something? Trostani. 3 whispers. Sword gives protection from green. That's only relevant if you are pumping or have auras. Okay. There's not a single Training Grounds we can have in here, right? There's Training Grounds blue, Biomantis Familiar blue, Zerda's red, Agatha's red. What's the other one that reduces costs? Heartstone, that's 1 less. Two less to activate. Biomancers. Training Zerda. So we're not going to find that in here. Okay. Let's see. Starter kit. Whoops. Starter kit. 2-color mono base. Protection for Trostani so we don't get killed. Probably good on the ramp here. Alright, so let's get rid of Monovault. Let's get rid of off-color fetches. There will be 3. Mire, Delta, and blue and red Tarn is the other one. And then we still have too many lands, so... probably not a Disciple of Freyalise deck. Do I not have Bridgeworks Battle? I might not want that either, though. Get rid of Disciple. Get rid of Collecting Pool. And then we've got 31. That's good. And then we have our card draw. That's also good here. Devoted Druid. If we combo with Devoted Druid, we can give everything Vigilance and Death Touch, but not Double Strike. Although we can, for every white we have, give Double Strike. So that might be something worth checking out. Let's get rid of Reprieve. And then for the ramp, we can get rid of the rocks. Get rid of this, 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 this. Then we can get rid of 3 visits, Lore, and Farseek. Fnatic Aronis is fine. Bloom Tender is not. Get Bloom Tender out of here. Get rid of Defense Grid, City, Dosen. What else? Guardian Augmenter's good. Quick Reflexes, get out of here. Get rid of Galadriels. Get rid of Xantid. Silence and Ranger Captain. And then... really don't care about Lightning Greaves. Get rid of Lightning Greaves. Removal. I'm going to cut some of that. At very least, Fragmentize is getting gone. Or ramp at 18, that's fine. Fnatic Aronis' nuts, need to add them. Yep. Do note, though, I would not play Fnatic of Aronis if he didn't have the quad ability. Like, if you're playing a commander that doesn't have 4 power, I probably wouldn't bother with him most of the time. Chord of Calling? Why Chord? Alright, so this doesn't have to be Voltron, but Death Touch and Vigilance aren't really doing much. Unless, well, the Death Touch is doing something if we've got damage. So, there's what? Walking Ballista, but that's a lot of mana. So, ID is white and green, and it has to be a creature, and it has to say... deals damage, but I don't want it to say combat damage. 124 results. Okay, that's too much. We can lower that down to 4 or less. And I guess it needs to say Creature or permanent or any target? I guess any. Yeah, there's Ballista. This is whenever... Oh, that's each opponent. Vindicator is... deals damage to any target. It's quad white, though, and requires us to damage it. It's almost certainly not going to be in green. I mean, there's green creatures that shoot flyers, but... It's got to be at least white. Attacking or blocking. Whenever this attacks, put a +1 counter. Remove all the +1 counters. Target attacking or blocking. Yeah, we don't want that. Attacking or blocking. Target player controls. That's something at the very least. So it would prevent us from what? Like, if we ever have this up plus Trostani, it means no one can attack us. That's not even that good. Blockers is mostly irrelevant. The 1 damage to attacking or blocking. Yeah, most of the white creatures are going to be restricted to attacking and blocking creatures. Attacking and blocking. Attacking and blocking. Attacking and blocking. Just get rid of that from the list as well. Does not say attacking or blocking. Deal damage to creature, destroy it. Deal 1 damage to target player, almost. Deals damage equal to its toughness to target creature blocking or blocked by, yeah. 1 damage to any target, but we can only do it once, because we have to remove the counter from it. So there's nothing. Yeah, nothing does it. Not in white-green. So, considering that that's the case... Why is Ballista not on this list? Deals damage. It's a type creature. Doesn't say combat. Oh, I've said color is white or more. Color, let's say it equals colorless. So there's, yeah, Ballista. This has to die. This costs 4 to activate, which is pretty bad. Remove a counter. Costs 1,000,000 mana. This costs 4, and then we have to pay 2, and we have to pay a steep upkeep cost. You have to sack this. You have to, yeah, pay a bunch. 1 damage target creature with flying. Yeah, so there's nothing. Nothing does it. So that means the Death Touch irrelevant, and then Vigilance is basically irrelevant. So then Double Strike is the ability that you want to build around. Oh, let's see. The cheapest ways of getting Devoted Druid online are Luxior and Swift Recon. So we got Infinite Green on the Devoted Druid at least. That'll help. And then what else? How many actual elves do I have for Priest of Titania? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not a lot. Get rid of Priest. Okay, so that's all the, like, has to be in the deck cards. And then we get a nice 26 more to play with. I guess I could have a Vizier of Remedies and then Creature Tutors for Devoted Druid. I don't know that we need to do that, though. Trample plus Death Touch is more of a thing. Shadow Spear. Yeah, Shadow Spear, because we want to be able to get through and we can use it as a Saga target. So definitely Shadow Spear. And then... what are the big pumps? So... it needs to say creature. It needs to say... plus... I guess let's start off with +7. +7 slash, because it needs to be the power that's getting pumped. Yeah, so there's all these ones that are super expensive. Or, like, only apply to blockers. CMC is... 3 or less. What about +6? What about +5? There's Beastmaster, this staff, the Caduceus staff, yeah. 5 mana to equip. Although that's kind of nice. Phyto Burst. We don't want one-offs. Might do Caduceus Staff. All right, Caduceus. And then 4, at that point, we're going to start getting, yeah, Invigorate, Groundswell, Might of Old Krosa. So that means we can do 16 in one shot if we have 4 mana. So we, or yeah, we have 4 mana. Again, I really don't think we want temporary effects like this. So what about get rid of all the instants and sorceries? Okay, we got really big equip costs, and that's basically it. Okay, +3. I'm not going to go lower than that. Commander's Plate, too much. Hero's Blade makes us 7 right off the bat. I still don't really care about that. Daybreak Coronet requires that we have another aura. When does the Iron Crag flip over? Whenever Legendary enters, you may have this become a legendary equipment named Blobbity Blue. If you do, it gains a 3 and lose all other abilities. Never mind. Lion Umber has got the same problem as Daybreak. There's Grafted War Gear. That's the same as the Hero Blade, right? Because you're paying... Well, no, it's one more than the Hero Blade. Target of an instant or sorcery, so not itself. Probably not going to care about most of this stuff either. And then +2. If I'm getting only +2, I wouldn't want to pay any more than 1 for it. So then there's Rancor. Yeah, that's the most obvious one. And then nothing else is really going to do it for me after that. Maybe Rancor, just because it's cheap and potentially reusable if the thing dies. But mostly no. Mana Gorger Hydra in your list was a good add, so let's add that in. Aspect of Hydra. Yeah, I don't think I want any of the temporary ones. Welcome, David K. Just play swords? Probably, yeah. I think we have to settle for the fact that we're not going to have, like, the bam 21 commander damage in one go, and we probably just have to settle into getting value out of the equipment. So that being the case, I don't know which equipment I'm going to play. Obviously swords, but let's just... we're going to want ways of equipping them for free. So Sigarda's Aid. So this is going to be an equipment deck. Sigarda's Aid. Forge Anew. Arden. Pure Steel. If we're doing Pure Steel, then we're going to want to switch back to Artifacts for the Metal Craft. So maybe not Pure Steel. Depends. What's the other one that equips for free? It's Sigarda's Forge, Arden, Pure Steel. There's the ones that do it once, like Kemba. But what about repeatedly? I know there's another one. I just don't remember what it is. Sort of stroke. We're probably not a force of attack. Right, get rid of that. We're doing all in on double striking. For sure we're going to have stacks. So definitely have this. But we're going to get rid of a lot of these. So anything that interferes with our mana is getting gone. We have things that care about ETB triggers, although we don't have to. No, we actually do. So Torpor Orb, Thorn, get this out of here. Definitely not taxing effects. Extra draws, get out of here. Mainly I just want Rule of Laws. So this out, get this out, get this out, get this out. Norn, get her gone. Adeline, get gone. Then Doorkeeper Thrall. Armageddon. Vectors. First Totem, definitely. Then we're left with these ones. That seems fine. I'll get rid of Allosaurus Shepherd. No. Strength Testing Hammer. Not good enough. I'm mobile and can't read. What are we brewing? Trostani, 3 Whispers. All right, Sword of Feast and Famine's the obvious one. Fire and Ice is probably the next best one. Sword of Fire and Ice. Sword of Forge. Let's look up whenever deals combat damage. I don't have Toski in here yet, right? Yeah, okay, add Toski. Horn Frostfang is a bit more expensive than I would like to pay for. We don't need Hearth and Home, probably. Pretzel Hunters, then there's this one, Cauldra, Sword, Sword, Sword. Proliferating is not relevant. Okay, let's cut the mana values down, 4 or less. Loaded to proliferate, Sword again, double damage, not relevant. Umezawa's Jite, probably not. War and Peace, also no. Sinew and Steel might be fine, blowing up artifacts. Sword of Sinew. What is the other thing it does? It kills planeswalkers. Okay. Whenever deals combat damage to player, for each token you control, make more tokens. No. Not doing the Death Touch thing. I'm surprised by how few of these there are. Occam Adversary. I guess it's good to give that double strike. Sure. Occam. I don't normally put Occam into decks, but it's fine. Oh yeah, Aberrant. Aberrant. Then sorceries matter, not this one. Remember, it deals combat damage, draw a card. Okay, no. Combat damage, they get rad counters, not relevant there. Oh, I guess I could do 15 cents and 6 cents. I don't know that I want to do that though. I guess it's better than, more mana efficient than doing it another way. All right, 6 cents, 15 cents. I think I would rather just have the creatures themselves already have that ability and not these ones, but we can try that. Oran is another one. I don't know. It's basically like if you double strike these, then you're paying 3 mana to draw 1 card because you get the extra trigger off of them, which seems pretty bad. On second thought, I'm not going to do 6 cents or 15 cents, and I would... Sword of Feast and Famine is already good. Fire and Ice at least does 2 things. We draw and we shoot something. Sinew and Steel only blows up 1 artifact. We can get rid of that. Seems to be an interesting creature. As a filthy combo player, I don't pay attention to the beatdown commanders. Griffin is nuts, trust me. Ethereum Golden Wind. Ethereum. Deals combat damage to player, create a 2/2. This is whenever deals combat damage. Okay. Says destroy or exile or draw. Yeah, Toski, Kutzel, Battle Angels. Two for two to draw now. Whenever Sergeant John deals combat damage to a player, you and that player each draw that many cards? Absolutely not. Alright, Tyabelxx will add Xerium. Why does Xerium show up in this list? Whenever deals combat damage. Oh, it doesn't show up because of this. That's why. 3/8. Throw instant sorceries, make a treasure, and then instant sorceries, no. What does Turvagon do? Deal combat damage to player, get that many tokens. Whenever Elevere enters or attacks, create a virtuous roll. Whenever an enchanted creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Bonwrithe? That's kind of the same thing as Xerium, right? But it doesn't fly. Now it's EDH viable? Sure. Man, we do not have a lot of equipment, do we? We've got Shadow Spear, Sword of Fire and Ice, and Feast and Famine. So that's 3 equipment, and Luxior, I guess. So 4 equipment. So not nearly enough to justify playing these cheaty effects. So let's get rid of Orjanu. I would like Arden as a way to tutor creatures, though. So let's play Vizier of Remedies. And then we're going to want ways of tutoring creatures directly to the battlefield. So Eldritch Evolution and Chord of Calling. We do need to clear creatures out of the way. So we've got Swords to Plowshares, and then Skyclave can eat creatures. Henris doesn't really get them out of the way. Just Get Lost. Is Lauren in this deck worse than Knight of Autumn? It's probably about the same. If I have Green Sun Zenith, I can tutor Druid, but not anything else of relevance unless I have Knight of Autumn here. Alright, let's do that. Green Suns. Dryad Arbor. And Knight of Autumn. Then we'll swap out Lauren. Your opinion on Pick Your Poison? It's whatever. Like, it almost always destroys 3 Mana Rocks. Yeah, but does it destroy the specific thing that you want to get? That's what's more important, right? Like, I don't really care if I destroy my opponent's Mana Rocks. But if my opponent has, say, a Cursed Totem in play that I really need to get rid of, but they also have a Mana Rock, now Pick Your Poison can't get rid of it. You know, blow up Ristic Study, Smothering Tide is flexible. Well, no, it's the opposite of flexible. It hits more things than a single target removal spell, but it's not flexible in that it doesn't hit the things that you actually need to hit. It has modes. I wouldn't really call that flexible, but I guess I understand what you mean. Okay, we're just arguing semantics, if that's the point. Okay, so we got Arden to freely equip stuff. Oh, this is auras as well. How are things going today? Welcome, Bijan. We are building a Trostani 3 Whispers deck. Forgot, have I added this to the bookmark? I have not, okay. How many things do we have right now? We've got Xerium, we've got Monogorger Hydra, we have... Probably don't need Rancor. Let's get rid of Rancor. The Shadow Spear to get Trample, and then we've got Sword. I feel like there's lots of options, but most of them are not efficient. What does Ruck have to say? Trostani 3. I guess I could technically have Sarah Ascendant in here, and then double striking it would be 12 damage. It's also the cheapest creature that I can play for the highest amount of initial power that I can. Like, the things don't have to go on Trostani, right? They can go on Sarah Ascendant, and Sarah Ascendant also has flying. All right, what do they suggest? Ona, what? Okay, that's new stuff. Oh yeah, Free Strider Lookout. I forgot about that. Free Strider Lookout. It's land in the top 5, right? Commit a crime. You may put a land from among them on the battlefield. Tapped. Put the rest on the bottom. Triggers only. Oh, triggers only once each turn, but you can do it across different turns. So I guess sure, I'd consider this ramp. What is the actual odds that we hit off the top 5? So how many lands do I have? 31. 32. Oh, I have Urborg in here. Get that out of here. 31. So 99 cards, 31 lands. We probably have at least 2 of them in play by the time we're playing this. So let's say 29. We're seeing 5 cards. We need to hit 1. The odds are 83%. All right, that's pretty good. I should also look up the other crimes. Whenever commit crime. Bandit's Hall. Put a loot counter on this. Add 1 mana. Remove 2 loots to draw. Add 1. Whenever you commit a crime, untap it. This ability only triggers once each turn. So it's a 2 mana dork that can potentially add 2 mana because we give something vigilance. Yeah, that's not good. How many enchantments do we have? We have 9 enchantments. Okay, that's fine. What else do they want to add? Oh yeah, Audric. Because we can go double strike one thing, everything gets double strike. Yeah, Audric, Lunarch, Marshall. Wilderness Reclamation. Why would I want to activate these on other turns? Koski, Oran. I'm not going to play Oran. Duelist Heritage. You have target tagging creature, you can double strike. Finn is Death Touch equals poison. Seedborn. Again, why do I want to untap this on other turns? Like, if I can keep giving things Death Touch and indestructible, who cares? Miri. Whenever it attacks, each opponent can't block with more than 1 creature. As long as it's tapped, no more than 1 creature can attack each combat. Redemption Arc. Alright, swords. All this stuff. Creatures, the usual suspects. Shalai to keep our guy alive. Well, there's cheaper ways to do it. Beast Whisperer. Lunch for some reason. Trap Shooter for some reason. E-Witness. We don't have Blinky Times, right? Yeah. Fine without that. There's that guy. There's Brigid. We looked at that earlier. I'm not going to run it. Sereth is... Untapped creatures have hexproof, but then it's 4 mana. Looked at that guy. We're not playing that either. Champion of Lamholt, no. Don't know why they want this thing. Squirry of Squirrels, Rhea Sharn. Then there's the Myriad guy over here. Meh. Innocuous Researcher. Oh, yeah. Each player reveals the top. For each non-land revealed this way, you investigate, then each player draws. No, get rid of that. Beginning of your upkeep, each player may put 2/1 counters on a creature they control. If a player does, creatures the players control can't attack you. No, get out of here. Another Trostani, Adeline, for some reason. Hulking Raptor, Questing Beast, Sun Titan. Master of Ceremonies. Upkeep, each opponent chooses one of the things. For each player who chooses one thing, they get a treasure or a 1/1 or draw a card. Nope. Inklings can't attack. Whenever a player attacks one of your opponents, that attacking player gets an Inkling. Beginning of your end step. For each player, put a +1 counter on up to one target creature that player... For each player, put a 1 counter on one target creature that player controls. Each creature... Okay, so another Ghostly Prison thing. Forgotten Ancient. Forgotten Ancient's probably fine. Forgotten Ancient. Rex Sage, we're playing Knight of Autumn, so basically the same. Not going to run Disciple. Whiskervale Forerunner. Whenever it becomes the target of a spell or ability control for the first time. Oh yeah, this is Valiant cards. Look at the top 5. Reveal a creature card with mana value 3 or less. Put it onto the battlefield if it's your turn. If you don't put it onto the battlefield, put it in your hand. Interesting. And we can keep poking it to keep triggering it. How many 3 mana and under creatures do we have? We have 40 creatures, and how many of them are above 3? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have 33. That's got to be good odds, right? Whiskervale Forerunner. If you don't put it in play, you get it in your hand, right? Yeah. So... Hard draw / it's a cheat spell as well. What a good addition. I should look up the other Valiant creatures. Valiant. Is Valiant with an E or 2 A's? 2 A's. Becomes a thing plus 102 or tap something. Yeah, okay, so we don't care about that. Or just get +1. Yeah, so the Whiskervale Forerunner is the only good one. Instants. Not caring about this stuff for the most part. Yep, not caring, not caring, not caring. Already have Get Lost. Sorceries. Mostly irrelevant. Okay, moving on. I guess... Oh, I should have Finale in here. Finale of Devastation. And then... Utility Artifacts. Yeah, Heartstone. I figured they would probably have that in the list. I don't think it's worth it, though. Double the abilities. I also don't think we really care about doing that. I'm actually going to go ahead and cut Sigarda's Aid. We have way too few equipment for that to matter. Aura Shards. We have a lot of creatures, so sure. Aura Shards. Probably play Beast Whisperer. And Guardian Project. Need both of them. We can just keep Beast Whisperer. Then there's all these enchantments. Yeah, they also got Rancor. Begin of enchanted opponent's end step. You and that player each draw whenever... Yeah, okay, no. Norn's Decree. Whenever one or more creatures an opponent controls deal combat damage to you, the opponent gets a poison counter. Whenever a player attacks with one or more... No. Nature's Will. This only applies if we have something to do with instant speed, and none of our Trostani abilities care about being activated at instant speed. And if we've already dealt damage, that means applying double strike to everything else also doesn't matter, so don't care about that. Whenever enchanted creature deals combat damage to a player, search for a basic. No. All right, and that's everything. Okay, so back to the deck. We're at exactly 100, right? All right, looks good to me then. So 31 lands, 20 ramp. Oh, do I have crop rotation for Gaia's Cradle? We should probably have that too. Although the 31 lands, one of those is Dryad Arbor. Crop rotation. Yeah, I need to cut something else. I think all our stacks is good. I could possibly cut Fencer, but I think it's fine. Protection. So Allosaurus Shepherd is the cheapest one we can get. However, it doesn't protect any of our white cards. However, I think that's probably also fine. Our actual color breakdown here. So 27 cards in our deck are white, which means it does not protect them. If I sort by creatures, because if I was just going to say Destiny Spinner is the equivalent, then we also have a fair amount of white creatures as well. I would prefer not to cut that, so let's look at other things to cut. There is the tutors, which are also good. Removal and bounce. All of this is fine. Then there's the card draw, which all this is also good. Forge and Frontier is impulse draw, 2 of them, right? You may play those cards, yeah. Okame, we probably don't need Okame. I can get rid of Okame. And then I also would like almost certainly to cut one more card, because I think we probably have enough triggers for Elesh Norn to matter. How many things do we have where they trigger on entering? So we've got... this is when we cast a thing, right? Yeah. Is Guardian Project enter instead of cast? Guardian Project. Enters the battlefield. Okay, so... yeah, let's swap this for Guardian Project. Let's add Elesh Norn Mother. So there's Guardian Project, Aura Shards. Oh, do I have Smothering Tithe in here? That can potentially go. Knight of Autumn. Skyclave. That's not a lot. Yeah, okay, we don't need Elesh Norn then. And if I'm switching that back, then we're going to switch Guardian Project out for Beast Whisperer. What is currently your goal with this channel? Right now, just hang out, have fun, build some EDH decks. Isn't Guardian Project really slow with more card bad late game, or is it a good card? Beast Whisperer and Guardian Project are on the more expensive side, but there's other cards that I would also play that are on the expensive side, like Toski. I do think Toski is a lot better than them, though. But I'm willing to play some of them. Yeah, as far as plans go, it's more just like I'm in the, viewer interaction phase for streaming purposes, and yeah, I just like building EDH decks, so I figure, why not stream it? Get people's input. People want their decks critiqued or want to see stuff get built, why not do it? Seems fine enough to me. Alright, so we need a description. Voltron with Double Strike. There's more to it than that, but does that mean mainly the main thing we're doing here? I guess so. Certain synergies with certain other synergies, such as Trostani abilities plus Valiant or commit a crime. You believe more in ghosts or aliens? Okay, let me see. Ghosts, no. Aliens, they probably exist somewhere in the universe. Do I believe that they are the traditional aliens of short, gray-skinned, bald things with giant bulbous eyes that have literal flying saucers that come down to Earth? No. But, you know, technically, wouldn't anything that's alive that is on another planet that isn't Earth be an alien? Like, if bacteria exists in the universe, isn't that technically alien bacteria? So, yeah, aliens. All right, well, that's the Trostani 3 Whispers deck, so I think that was reasonable. We don't have, like, a lot of stuff that cares about Voltroning, but, you know, it's a decent amount. I think probably this deck is mostly going to win with Devoted Druid Infinite Mana-ing into a Finale of Devastation, but we also got Trostani. We can put a lot of damage through via either itself, or we can pump Monogorger Hydra or Serra Ascendant, or we can move counters around with Forgotten Ancient. So I think there's a decent amount of ways for this deck to go. All right. Here's the link. Trostani. Well, Edward Nigma, I'm still willing to do your cube, but you just got to find a way to link it to me, because yeah, right now we just can't get access to it. So I can't find you on Google, and your whatever links you're trying to post in the chat are getting deleted. Do you think intelligent life forms on our level exist? I am sure cells and simple forms existed at some point, especially after the known beginning of the universe, when the average PEP was optimal for liquid water. I mean, we just don't know enough. Like, is the universe actually infinite? If so, then it's basically guaranteed that there's intelligent life. If it's not infinite, then it depends. Like, how many planets are there? How unlikely is it for... Well, does life have to exist in our form, like under the conditions that are required for humans? Or can life forms exist that have different requirements that are more common? There's probably aliens. There are probably aliens. They're also probably so far away that we will either almost never encounter them, or maybe advanced space travel is also just impossible. Just because technology advances doesn't mean that it can advance to any point. Like, we definitely have technology today that would seem like magic to primitive humans, but that doesn't mean that we're just going to continue advancing forever with no limit. What are you doing next? Do you need one more suggestion? I just don't want to skip ahead of the others that are waiting. There is nobody waiting right now except for... Whoa, what the heck happened here? My wheel got reset. Well, we were supposed to do Edward Nigma's cube, but he's failed to give me a link that I can actually find the cube for. So until then, we are free. However, I was going to do this random commander stuff over here. I found this randomcommander.com that will allow us to pick out random commanders and build around them. Would you like another commander deck or one of my other cubes? I would prefer commander decks. Cubes take a long time to go through. Also, commander decks allow me to add more to Moxfield. Cubes do not. Let's do one of these randoms. So I clicked random on just to see that this worked, and it came up with Zuge Jin Wu Strategist, which is tap target creature can't be blocked this turn, activate only during your turn before attackers are declared. Now, I don't know how useful that is, having a mono blue commander that can make a thing unblockable. I presume we would need blue creatures with combat damage abilities. Marshal of Rohan, but Annihilator themed. Whenever one or more other attacking legendary creatures you control die, untap all creatures you control after this phase. There is an additional combat phase. This ability triggers only once each turn. What about this makes it Annihilator themed specifically, though? I don't see the overlap there. Other attacking legends die. Untap all creatures. Then there's an additional combat, but we only get one trigger. So this is a potential, like, infinite combats as long as we can make copies of Eomer or Blink Eomer. Although if this is our mono red commander, there's only, like, probably 2 ways of blinking it that are temporary. Making token copies of it is also probably temporary. I can think of a lot of red cards that make token copies of things, but the tokens always die. I don't know if there's a... I guess Helm of the Host, because Godo combos with that, would also combo with this. You'd also have to kill your own creatures. Eat in Big Eldrazi and fling at the end of turn. I think for now, I'm going to do this random commander thing. I think that can be a fun time if we just have to pick something at random to build around. And then I'm not going to do this one just because this was the test case. So from now on, it'll be randoms. We're going to see how many we can go through that are... Like, can we actually build them in an interesting way? All right. Give me a random commander. Jalira, Master Polymorphist. 4 mana, 3 to activate, tap. Sack another creature, reveal cards from the top until you reveal a non-legendary creature. Put that card onto the battlefield and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Ugh. I mean, I already know how to build this. It's just going to be so boring. And you make a ups all legends? What? You mean like a legends theme deck? That would be probably just what, Joda? I mean, I can build Jalira. It's just going to be... Find a way to ramp to it as fast as possible, and then either have manlands or things that make creature tokens, and then polymorph into Tidespout and Hullbreaker Horror, right? Like, so boring. So boring. I wonder how fast I can build it. Let's do a timer. Legends themed Jalira with Blightsteel as the only non-legend. All right, so we need a stopwatch. All right, ready and go. Plus Jalira. Boom, copy, create. Add this to the EDH bookmarks. Types and tags. Starter kit, 1 color mana base. Then we're going to want Tidespout, Tyrant, Hullbreaker, Horror. Probably more ramp cards. Protection. And counter spells. And then I need to remove everything that's a creature that isn't Tidespout and Hullbreaker. So get rid of all this. Then back to types and tags. So get rid of Yavimaya, get rid of Urborg. And then we've got all this stuff. Get rid of the fetches and rainbow lands. Mystic Sanctuary, get that out of here. We're not a Nykthos deck for sure. This one, this one, this one. Either the Synod, fetch, fetch, fetch. Okay. Islands, add 20. Monovault's fine. Didn't I add ramp cards? Oh, I got rid of most of them. Okay. Grim Monolith. I guess we need fast mana. Lotus Petal, Energy Tap, not equivalent, not relevant to what we're doing. Arcane, Chrome Mox, Cold Steel, da-da-da-da-da. There's other colorless ones that I don't have here that I should probably add. So there's what, like Prismatic Lens. I can actually fix this even faster. Quote, tap, colon, add colorless. Card type, artifact. ID blue. CMC 2. Ebb and Fly, Power Stone, Guardian Idol. City Obelisk, Planar Atlas. Iron Crag. Alright, we're good. Back here. Manlands. What are the best manlands that we can do? Just like Mutavault. Advanced Search. ID. Land. Become creature. Costs 1 to activate. Blink Moth, Ink Moth, Mistress Factory. That's it. Yeah. Probably don't need all of those. I doubt there's much of a difference between them. I don't know. It's fine. Let's get rid of this. And then Dress Down's fine. And then we've got this stuff. We're going to need some removal. So add removal / bounce spells. Obviously, none of these can be creatures. So then we've got Snap Submerge, Into the Flood, Geist Wave, Dress, Chain of Vapor, not Chain of Vapor. One Ring. All right, not Defense Grid, Misdirection, Slip Out the Back, Lightning Greaves. And then here's all of our counter spells. That's all good. The combo here is we need both of these out, right? Then I'm gonna need ID blue, type, not type. Yeah, type is not a creature. And I need it to say create creature token, and then presumably I don't want it to cost that much, so 2, I guess 3 or less, because I want it to curve into our commander. So Pong, Rapid, that only applies to the opponent. Field of the Dead, that's opponent's thing. Ketra's Monument, no. Genesis Chamber, so that when our guy comes in, we immediately make a token. Sure, that makes sense. Genesis Chamber. Oh, vehicles that we can crew. But we have to crew them with Jalira, so that's bad. Say not vehicles. When this enters, create a 1/1. That cannot be the cheapest, best way to do this. Horn of Gondor. Alright, Horn of Gondor. Genesis. Oh, Warping Whale. Sure, Warping Whale. Whenever one or more creatures leaves the graveyard, sack a creature. Whenever you cast a Merfolk. Oh, Fountain Port to... Yep, Fountain Port and Mirrex, right? I guess those are technically... Sure. Fountain... Or I was going to say they're more expensive to activate them to make the token than just manlands are, so it's possible I don't want them. Also, I only have so much blue lands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 colorless lands. That's a lot. Get rid of Factory and Mutavault. Back here, what else do we have? Merfolk, animation module, discarding, If you cast a creature spell with 4, 5, or 6, create 2 tokens. All right, Kozilek's Unsealing. Liver Hive, Servo Schematic. That's also cheaper than Horn of Gondor. Servo Schematic. Get rid of Horn. Where's Horn? It's gonna be untagged, right? Because I've never used it before. Kozilek's Command. Create X, so we're paying at least 3 for this. Try, exile. Sure, Kozilek's command. This can't win the game for us, right? We can make infinite tokens, draw a card, scry our whole deck, and draw the exact card that we want. Exile one thing, exile graveyards. Turn, target creature with mana value, blah, blah, blah. Whenever a creature attacks, no. Whenever one or more non-token merfolk, also no. Create a 1/1. This is Sawgubble, so Retro, Fitter, Foundry. And Simulacrum Synthesizer is 3 mana. Then there's Nimble Right Schematic, which is basically the same thing as Servo Schematic. So Nimble. 3 Merit Lage. Mana creatures have whenever one or more non-token creatures you control deal combat damage. Nope. Oh, Hard Evidence. That's the best one. Hard Evidence. Three mana to create a spawn. Type among discarded cards this way. Draw X, discard X. So 2 mana, loot, and then make a 1/1. Occult Epiphany. What would I consider these? Not much of anything. Occult Epiphany is basically filtering. And these are all just token generators. Then we've got Hatchery. Oh, Storm Chaser's Talent makes a 1/1. Storm Chasers. Jace. Create an illusion. Whatever more creatures, blah, blah, blah. No. All right, next page. Flip the Switch is interesting. I don't want to pay 3 mana for a counterspell, though. Muyon-Ling, create a thing. So it's also 3 mana. Counter target creature, blah, 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 create a thing. Target creature gets -2/0, create a 2/2 with Decayed, and draw a card. So as far as it's just make a token, draw, sure. Startle. I would much rather have that than like Servo Schematic, for example. Scuttletide. Create a 1/1 Otter with Prowess. If the spell was cast from anywhere other than your hand, blah, blah, blah. So 2 mana for a thing. It's blue, so technically you can Force of Will, so it's better than Servo Schematic. So what is it called? Otterball Antics. Otterball Antics. And Misdirection also applies. This deck probably wants Force of Negation, right? Yeah. Force of Negation. Nuisance Engine, too expensive, too expensive, too expensive, too expensive. 4 mana to make a token, no. Same thing here. Drakes, you have to kick it. Create a 1/1 for each color of mana spent to cast this. So it's 2 mana for a 1/1, sure. Sweep the Skies. Sweep the Skies. Get rid of the colorless ones, this one and this one. Conversion Chamber, Empires, Glimmerlight also makes a 1/1, and I guess we can equip it to something? Probably not going to bother with that one either, but I'll at least add it to considering. Glimmerlight. Power, sack this thing, no. Tidal Wave, Thunderheads, and then we've got stuff that doesn't apply. Okay. How much is our actual card count right now? We're at 96. Grim Malt, Puddle. All this is fine. Probably don't want Geist Wave. So let's get rid of that. And then we've got a bunch of different token generating things. How many of these do we actually have? 1, 2. I can go to Genesis Chamber actually. Where's Genesis Chamber? We've got all of our man lands, which at the moment are 2 plus Fountain Port, and then we've got Otterball, Sweep, Warp Whale, Startle, Storm Chasers, Kozilek's Unsealing, and Retrofitter. So that's 10 things that can make tokens, and Kozilek's Command, and Hard Evidence, and Occult Epiphany. So 13 cards that make tokens. That's probably good enough. And then we have not a lot of card draw here, so let's just add card draw in. And then we're going to get rid of, obviously, all the creatures. So Archmage, Consecrated Sphinx, this doesn't apply. Creature, creature, creature. Mystic Forge, get out of here. Polywog, get out of here. And Reality Chip, get out of here. And then we're obviously... Well, I guess we can technically Skull Clamp because we got a bunch of things that make, like, X1 creatures. So that's fine. Bring Insight, don't want. Whoa. Alright, well that broke. Oh god. Moxfield might be just disintegrated. Yep, we're exploded. Can I open another deck? No, I can't. Well, I was almost done building. I needed to add, like, what? A card? Let's say roughly 13 minutes to build. Want to build an Anax deck, the Mana Enchantment one. You mean Anax and Stymied, or... Hmm? Guide to every deck in EDH, the speed run, indeed. How many colorless lands would you run in a 2 colors deck? Barely any, if at all. Can you make a 5-color... Yeah, probably none. Can you make a 5-color Changelings deck? Technically, yes, but why would we want to? Send a Patreon message if you want to do a deck critique rebuild. Loving the stream. Rip speedrun, yeah. Do I need to read the Patreon message, or can you just post it here? Because I actually don't have access to my Patreon on this computer. I think. I don't think I do. No. Let's see. That was not the correct password. Okay, what about this one? That was also not correct. How about this one? Aha, there we go. All right, maybe not. There we go. All right, is Moxfield working again or not? Nope, we're still exploded. All right, well, what if I just get out of this and then open it again? Moxfield. Nope. What are these errors? Can I open any deck at all? Olivia. Nope. Can I open other people's decks? Like, what if I just don't pick... What if it's not my own decks? What if I just pick, I don't know. DeathPenalties. Nope. Yeah, we doing Anax? Well, apparently we're doing nothing. Is this just for me, or is anybody else also having problems connecting to Moxfield? Let me know. Not just you? Okay, so Moxfield's exploded. I'd love a review and your critique on loot, the key to everything. Well, remind me of that next time we're on stream, because apparently Moxfield's dead right now, so I can't even open that link. Oh, whoop. We're good? Okay. We'll try some more stuff. You said, Bijan, you have another cube to look at? The Harry Potter cube review. The Harry Potter cube. Cube Cobra. What was your user on Cube Cobra, or was it Bijan still? Yeah, okay. Most important question in the wall, what are your favorite arts in the game? Arts in the game. I usually don't pay attention to that. Like, I remember the art, but... Also, there's a difference between the art when it's shrunken down onto a card and the art when it's bigger, and you can actually see the full art. Harry Potter themed cube, but it only has 270 cards in it, so... Well, right away I can tell you you don't have enough cards in your cube. What is Harry Potter theme? Is it just Wizarding School? Is it just Strixhaven the cube? 6-player cube. Well, you got 2 Azorius lands here, but then only 1 of each of these ones, and then 3 Izzet lands. Although one of these is Desolate Lighthouse, but you have an uneven number of fixing, so that is one issue that I would immediately point out. So then it is all of the, yeah, all the Wizarding School cards, I guess, is what we've got, right? Visual spoiler. All right, and we're doing by color? Sure. Fixing is a split between artifacts and lands. Okay. Resolute Watchdog, Sanctuary Cat. I mean, I think we're going to have the same problem here as the Fairy Tale cube, right? Where when your cube is not built around mechanics and it's built around flavor, you're going to be very restricted in what cards you can actually pick. I would say something like Sanctuary Cat's just boring. Like a 1-1, a 1-2 is not a... It's not a good card. It's not an interesting card. So I'd get rid of that at the very least. Is Moxfield down? It is. Completely. So, like, a lot of these cards, I basically can't evaluate them on power level because you're essentially stuck with whatever cards fit your theme to some extent. But yeah, Sanctuary Cat is one that I would point out immediately. Like, I think vanillas in general are just kind of boring. The only time vanillas are not boring is when they have stats well above their cost, essentially. So, Sanctuary Cat, what else? And then I can also tell this is a very low power cube, but then you've got randomly like Path to Exiles over here. That's kind of strange. What else can I take away from this? You really, really love Merfolk Secret Keeper, I can see. Galvanic Alchemist screams combo to me. I don't know if you've got an infinite combo for this. Same thing with Chakram Retriever. Triple black, that's pretty tough. Thorin. Onyx. Is Sign in Blood really Harry Potter themed? It is? Because of the one part with forget her name, the crazy teacher lady who, but she imprints text into his arm, right? He doesn't actually sign anything in his own blood, right? The Lich is Voldy. He makes it Horcrux. Sure. I mean, I understand that part. It's just triple black's kind of hard. The book. Tom's diary. Was that in blood? Yeah, dragon egg. Uh-huh. Wait, there's 2 lightning bolts. 2 lightning bolts? Don't put Goblin Game in your cube. It's just a hassle. It's just annoying to resolve. You have to define what it is that everyone has to do, and then you got to do it. It's also just not good. You're going through all the trouble of resolving the spell, and then at the end of it, you don't even get anything that's like worth the effort. Yeah, the spiders, uh-huh. Hapatra Express, yeah, there's your train. Yeah, the glasses suck. They're just not good at all. So, get rid of these. I mean, I guess you're trying to find something that's glasses in the art or whatever, but this card is not good. So try to find something else. Let's see. Most of this looks fine. What is your creature to non-creature ratio? How would I actually do that? I would need to... analysis. By type, yeah. Where do I just get an actual pie chart? Is it this one? That's not what I'm looking for. Averages. I just want to see overall creatures versus non-creatures. Where do I find that? Play test data. Averages. Do I sort it by type twice? No. Okay, loyalty, popular, power, subtype, supertype. That's just type. Surely I can see that from the list as well. I don't want to have to actually manually calculate this. All right, fine. So, 16, 22, 16, 15, 15. And then, oh, it's not going to tell me on the multicolor, is it? Well, one of the weird things is that you've got way more blue creatures than you do creatures in any of the other colors. So I would get this into line with the rest of the colors. Especially since blue is usually the one that has the fewest creatures. And then... it's hard to tell at a glance, but it looks like you got way more spells, which is also probably bad. You usually want to go 50-50 or lean in the direction of having more creatures than spells. The filter. Sort. It's sorting by color. Sort by type. 104 creatures. Okay, yeah, so you have way too few creatures and way too many spells. Mox is back up, thank goodness. But anyways, yeah, you got just way too many creatures. And I understand it's Harry Potter, and so there's a bunch of spells, but first of all, just because it's Harry Potter doesn't mean that you wouldn't also have a bunch of creatures that are just wizards or whatever. Secondly, gameplay is going to suffer a lot when you have way fewer creatures than spells. It's almost like a third of your cube is creatures, and then the other 2/3 are not. So yeah, that's going to be a problem. Anyway, thank you at the very least. You have 3 different letter of acceptance, so I assume this is just you needed fixing and you couldn't find cards that were in like different things. And yeah, the 2 lightning bolts are weird. And then yeah, more creatures, fewer spells. That's what I would say are the big critiques here. Huzzah! We're 96 cards, so we're 4 short. I could just put the token stuff back in. So like this, and I don't know, a land. Thanks for the comments. No problem, Bijan. I wish there was more card draw in blue. I mean, there's obviously tons and tons of cantrips like Brainstorm and whatnot, but I'm mainly looking for things that draw you more than 2. How do we actually win the game, right? So we get Hullbreaker, Tidespout. Actually, we're only gonna... No, we're just... Actually, let's get rid of Hullbreaker completely. So we spin into Tidespout, and then what? Actually, do we even need Muddle the Mixture? What are we tutoring for on 2? Oh, there should be a Dramatic Scepter in here. Isochron Scepter. Dramatic Reversal. And then we need Haste. So... Haste. Not Hall of the Bandit... No, Hall of the Bandit Lord. That's okay. Lightning Reeves, 1,000-Year Elixir. Get rid of this one. And we're at 4 over now. Yeah, so let's get rid of these ones that I put back in. So Servo Schematic. Nimblewright Schematic, Glimmerlight. Are we actually at 101 or are we over? No, okay, yeah, we're at 100. So we do the things, then we get Tidespout, then we polymorph Tidespout into play, and then we need an infinite loop to bounce stuff. That still doesn't actually allow us to win, right? Because we also need Hullbreaker Horror in order to actually bounce everything. And that's why we need Hullbreaker. But then we have to do it twice. There's no one creature that we can just boom win, right? It's... like, we could polymorph... What are the other creature combos? We could do Level or Thoracle, but then that's still 2 creatures. And if you don't have Thoracle in your hand already, then when you polymorph... Oh, I do need a Brainstorm in here, because what if we drew Tidespout? So I actually do need Brainstorm and Brainstone. Scroll Rock's the other one, but I don't think we need to use that one. Yeah, you usually polymorph for Tidespout Hullbreaker. Are we getting Foundation reveals today? Are we? Oh yeah, they do start surprisingly soon, don't they? MTG Foundation previews. Allegedly, we are at MagicCon. All right, how do we actually win? We can generate infinite mana with Tidespout, and then the only payoff we have is what? Kozilek's Command, which doesn't actually win us the game. I could win with what? Like Blue Sun Zenith or something? Or Brain Freeze. Blue Sun Zenith's better out of the two of them, though. So we can either generate infinite mana with Tide Spout or Dramatic Scepter, and then just Blue Sun Zenith our opponent to death, but then we still need to draw it. That's the problem. Right? Yeah, okay, never mind that one. What's another infinite mana outlet that we can use? Reservoir, Goblin Cannon. Oh, I have Ledger Shredder in here. Get that out. Types. Creatures. Yeah, okay, there we go. This is tough. Yeah, I'm mainly just stuck on how do we actually win the game. Tide Spout, which ones does it go infinite with? Amber, Opal, Soul Ring, Chrome Mox. We need 2 of those 4 in order to go infinite. That's probably reasonable. And that's just infinite mana, and then we still haven't won the game. Breaker back. There's not just one creature that wins, as what is. Like Giant Eldrazi Titans, Blightsteel, like none of that actually wins the game. Oh, if I'm running deck manipulation, I need to have all my fetches in here. So Scalding Tarn, Flooded, Misty, Polluted, Delta, and Prismatic. Then I probably should just run Scroll Rack. This 5. I'm gonna get rid of Fountain Port, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, let's get rid of Fountain Port. Alright, what does EDH Rec have to say? Lira. Get all of my tabs back up and running. What else am I missing? Scryfall. Spellbook. Hypergmet Calculator. Alright, what do they suggest? Oh, that's a good one. You and permanents you control gain amass 1. That's why that didn't show up when I searched for generating tokens. Lazotep Plating. Technically a protection spell. Palace Dismissal, another perfect one. Yeah, all the amass blah 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 cards wouldn't have shown up. Counter target spell, a creature or planeswalker, make a 1/1. Okay, yeah. So this is the thing that they're going into. We can find better creatures than that. Flip the switch. Yeah, okay. Brainstorm. Stormtide Leviathan. Yeah, we don't need that. There's Hullbreaker. Inkwell. Nope. Star Whale. Other creatures of Ward 2. No. So let's see. Are there any big, like, boom, we win the game creatures in this package? Beginning of post-combat main, there's an additional beginning phase. No. So basically not. It's either kill people one at a time with Blightsteel or do Tide Spout loops. As a whole, yeah. All right, instants. There's Startle. We did find that one already. Deceive the Messenger. Target creature gets -3/0 and a Mass Orcs 1. What are the ones that we have that are 1 mana already? It's just... It's the Talent and Hard Evidence, which actually do something. This one does nothing. So unless I've got something that all it does is make a token, yeah, this thing just makes a token, right? So this card's blatantly worse than just a 1 mana thing that does the same thing. So Deceive the Messenger. Deceive the Messenger. Exile all creatures. Beginning of end step. Reveal cards from the top until you reveal that many creatures. That's another polymorph thing. Sure. Unwind, rewind. Access denied. Don't want that much mana. Frantic Search. Blightsteel does have the benefit of, or Blightsteel and the Eldrazi have the benefit of, if they're in your hand, you can play looting effects and they just go back into your deck and then you can get them. As opposed to if we're doing Tidespelt Hullbreaker where we specifically have to put them back into our deck with manipulation. Yeah, Shore Up. Cult Epiphany. We did get that one already. Alright, most of this is stuff we already had. Ponder, Ravenform, Stolen by the Fae. Oh yeah, See Beyond. Dream Cache, another one where we draw cards and put cards back. 2 cards from your hand on the top or bottom. Put up to 1 instant or sorcery from your graveyard on top of your library. Amass. Audible Antics, we got that one. Portent, no. Then here's all the artifacts. Oh yeah, Sapphire Medallion. Completely forgot about that one. Proteus Staff, basically just another version of our commander. There's Scroll Rack. Oh yeah, Flare Husk is another 1 mana. One that will put a creature into play. Flare Husk. Isn't there another Flare Husk that got printed? I seem to recall another Living Weapon card that was also 1 mana. One is a different Living Weapon, but it's 2. There's Genesis Chamber. Enigma Jewel to make activating our guy cheaper. I don't think we're going to be able to play activate. Well, I guess we could if we have like Lightning Greaves, all the Bandit Lord. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. The Enigma Jewel, and then we obviously can't play Omen Hawker because it's a creature. Roll of Fate to manifest stuff. Nope. There's Nimblewright. There's Servo. All right, Scuttletide. We did look at that one. Oh yeah, Training Grounds. That should be in here too. Chamber of Manipulation. Enchantland has discard a card, gain control of target creature. No, but that is one way to take this. I guess another way we could play it is instead of we go get one big thing, we could just use Jalira to put one of many different value cards into play, but I feel like there's got to be a way to just combo kill our opponents. Invasion of Segovia. Okay, yeah. And then there's all of these lands that become creatures or make creatures, which we already had. Minamo should be in our deck already. Yeah, it is. The Morph lands. Alright, I think we're good. Now, we're obviously way over budget at this point because we're at 9 cards above where we need to be. Let's see. Rather than slip out the back, I'm a lot more interested in just having counter spells, so we can get rid of that one. We have 22 ramp, which is probably more than we need. Although Kozilek's command is counted in that. Amber, that's fine. No, is Amber fine? Amber's not great. All right, let's get rid of Amber. And then that puts us at 20. I could maybe cut 2 more. So the worst ones are going to be some of the colorless ones that we added in that do absolutely nothing but just add colorless. So that is... This thing at least becomes a creature, although it's expensive, but at least that's what it does. What else do we have? Chalice. Power Stone is untapped. This becomes a creature. I could also just get rid of stuff that all it does is become creature, that just gives us creatures, because we do have a lot of cards that do that already. So there's cards like Deceive the Messenger that do absolutely nothing but just put a token into play. Whereas like Startle at least draws a card. This also just puts a token into play for 2 mana. Now we're still 5 cards over, so we probably still need to cut one of these. I'll get rid of... Fractured Power Stone? Sure. Fractured Power Stone. Another 4 cards. Don't want to get rid of any of this. How much removal do we have? Palace Dismissal. Submerge, Snap, Kozilek's into the Maw. Like most of these. Oh, Flare Husk. Let's get rid of Flare Husk. Got Unsealing. Talent, Startle, Warping Whale. Actually, between Retrofitter and Flare Husk is better, right? Because we don't have to spend any additional mana to make the token. So, let's put Flare Husk back in. We're still 3 over. Probably get rid of some more ramp. We don't need this much. Let's see. So one of the ones that just produces colorless and doesn't do anything else. Iron Crag can go... What's the actual condition on the Iron Crag? Legendary creature enters. You can turn this into an equipment that we don't care about. But yeah, okay. Get rid of that. Planar Atlas enters tapped, right? We could probably get rid of that one too. One more card to go. We keep Muddle the Mixture because now we've got Dramatic Scepter as a combo in our deck. And then... we also have multiple of these put things back into the deck cards. So we've got Sea Beyond, Scroll Rock, Brainstorm, Brainstone. Let's cut Sea Beyond, I think. All right, so now we're at 100. How many cards do we have that make tokens? So there's Hard Evidence. Kozilek's Command technically can make a token. It's 3 mana, but it can. Startle, Cult Epiphany, Lazatet Plating, Palace Dismissal, Husk, Unsealing, Storm Chaser's Talent. We also have 3 man lands that can become creatures, obviously, and then 2 of our ramp spells can become creatures, although one of them it costs 4 to do it, so let's not count that one. So that's 13 cards that get us there. That's probably enough. Oh, and Warping Whale. I don't think I considered Warping Whale, so 14. And then we Jalira into either Hullbreaker or Tidespout. I don't have a way of untapping Jalira, right? So let's play this 1,000-year elixir. 1,000-year elixir. Because there's the potential that we'll want to go, like, if we hit one of these, we might need the other one. So at least we have the option of doing that if we have 1,000-year elixir. Got Witness Protection. Actually, I'll cut Enable, leave Witness Protection. And my thinking is, between the two of them, they're basically the same thing, so I might occasionally want to Witness Protection a card of mine that is not a 1 toughness creature, so I can Skull Clamp it. So we do the Tidespout Hullbreaker thing, and then we do a combo loop where we make infinite mana. And then with that infinite mana, we still don't have a way to win, right? So we've got like a Cult Epiphany where we can make some amount of flyers, but not that many. We have got Kozilek's Command where we can make infinite O1s, but that's it. We can infinitely loop each other. So like Hullbreaker and Tidespout can loop each other. Once we have infinite mana, we can start looping each other. And... or is it another? Turn target non-land. No, yeah. So you can target themselves. So then Kozilek's Unsealing would let us draw our whole deck and make infinite O1s, but we still don't actually win the game. What else can we loop? We can loop Storm Chaser's Talent and then rebuy all of the spells out of our graveyard because we can go... well, Storm Chaser's Talent gives us infinite 1/1s, right? So the infinite 1/1s alone is also a pretty good shot at winning, as is being able to rebuy all of our spells. If we rebuy all of our spells, what does that give us? Infinite 2/2 Decay Zombies, although we already have infinite creature just anyway, so that's irrelevant. Infinite Clues. Infinite Amass Zombie token. We'd need the zombie to be in play already in order to attack with it. Infinite... well, if we've got Tidespout, we just bounce all of our opponent's stuff to their hand, right? But I don't think we need a specific payoff. All we need to do is infinite loop, Hullbreaker, Tidespout, and then we can just bounce all of our opponent's permanents, and then that leaves us with infinite 1/1s, and then we just win next turn. Now, if we don't have both of them, and we only hit polymorph into one of them, we can still do a loop, but we can't loop themselves. But we can loop everything else, right? We just can't bounce all of our opponent's permanents. That's assuming we have nothing that's going to draw us cards, because as long as we've got something that draws us cards, we can just go find the other one, or untap Jalira. So even though it's not a deterministic kill by activating Jalira, it's probably still close enough that that's worth going all in on polymorphing. One thing I might be interested in is, what about gifting a card? ID, blue, format EDH, gift a card. Is gifting a card mandatory? If you do, they draw a card, so they have to draw the card. They don't get the option of drawing it. So we could do Long Rivers Pool, and then... No, but we have no way of casting that infinitely. Never mind. Alright, I think this is fine. I don't think we need a dedicated win con like a Aetherflux Reservoir. I think we're good, and that we... As long as we have some way of drawing cards, we should be able to make a loop that can draw us into a win. Well, what do you know? This actually wound up being a lot more interesting than I thought it would be. Here is the Jalira deck for anybody who wants that link. And now let me get back to... I know a bunch of people like requested stuff while Moxfield was exploded, so let me just make sure I didn't miss anybody. Chris mentioned an Anax deck, but I don't... But they mentioned it doing things that it doesn't do. I don't know what they mean by that, unless they mean the original Anax. 5-color changelings I'm going to veto. I don't see that really mattering. I guess if Morophon was your... You'd make Morophon your commander, and then all your changelings would be free. Problem is the changelings are just bad. There's only a handful of them that are actually any good. So unless you're specifically doing like combo bullshit where you're like playing free changelings and somehow looping them, I don't see what you're getting out of it. All right, I think we're good. Let us return to the random commander and see what we get next. I also want to see potentially if I can do this faster. So Jalira, it was like 13 minutes for the initial build, and I wasn't keeping track of how long it was after that, but it probably would have been at least 25 minutes total of building Jalira. All right, random commander, what will you be? Zada. I actually already have Zada built, so... Random commander, what will you be? Admiral Beckett Brass. At the beginning of your end step, gain control of target non-land permanent controlled by a player who has dealt combat damage by 3 or more pirates this turn. Did you take a look at my Hapatra deck later? Sure, what's your username? Three or more pirates? I mean, obviously we can make a Grixis Pirates deck, but then that ability is just so bad. We have to connect with 3 creatures, all of which have to be pirates. There's only so many pirates that are even good, right? So, pirates that are in the Grixis combination that... So, red and black. Must be a pirate. I guess must be a pirate or must say pirate. Because I guess hypothetically we can make a pirate token and cost 3 or less. There's 108. A good amount of those are probably not very good. The main thing is that the 3 of them have to connect. The fact that 3 of them have to connect is what really just puts the damper on this being any good. MarxGorlami, let's look at your Hapatra deck. All right. Hapatra -1. So, once again, too many lands, and a bunch of lands that are bad, like Access Tunnel, Bajuka Bog, Escape Tunnel, Fabled Passage, too many basics, Grasping Dunes. Yeah, Grasping Dunes. So Hapatra deals combat damage to a player. You put -1 counter on something. Whenever you put 1 or more -1 counters on a creature, create a 1/1 snake token with Death Touch. Yeah, so this is an infinite combo. Well, not exactly. It's a pseudo-infinite combo with Yawgmoth. And obviously, this is great with anything that cares about, like, X1 tokens. So there's Skull Clamp, I know there's also Nest of Scarabs. Yeah, Nest of Scarabs here. So there's like a number of combos with Hapatra, but I mainly say fix your lands. Karn's Bastion, Oran Reef, Rogue's Passage. What? Yeah, West Vale Abbey. Like, all those are bad. Also, if you're just looking for lands that create tokens, like Fountainport and Mirex also make 1/1s for 3 mana instead of 5. That West Vale Abbey does. I would also definitely be interested in a Genesis Chamber in this deck, which you do not have. What do we got? Concordant, Corrupted Conviction. I don't like any of these, like, one-off sack draw cards. I don't really like any of them, except for the ones that generate a ton, like Life's Legacy. But these ones I'm not so up on. I much rather have the ability to just continuously sacrifice something every turn for value. Dig Up's bad. Lost Agite. Untap target land. Equip uses damage. Charge counter. Move charge counter. Untap land. Target you can't block. Put a +1 counter on this. This seems pretty bad. Nature's Claim. Reanimate. Skull Clamp. Snakeskin Veil. Soul Ring. Tamio Safekeeping. Village Rites. Yeah, I wouldn't bother with Corrupted Conviction or Village Rites. One card I noticed you're missing is Tarian's Journal. Tarian's Journal is a 2-mana black artifact that has tap, sack an artifact or creature, draw a card. I'd much rather play that over, like, Corrupted and Village Rites. Let's see what else. Between these, you do not have... So I understand you're playing the, like, 1-mana Protect Hapatra cards, right? I would definitely have Lightning Greaves also as a way to protect Hapatra. Another card I would have is Sylvan Safekeeper to protect her, which you also do not have here. And among the 1-mana protections, I like the ones that leave stuff behind. So, like, the Snakeskin Veil gets a +1 counter. Tamio Safekeeping is indestructible as well. I guess that makes sense. The one card here you don't have is Royal Treatment, which leaves behind a enchantment token that gives Ward 1. So I would want that one more than any of the other ones that you already have, or in addition to them. Then we've got Signet, Trophy, Black Sun Zenith. How many? Whenever you put 1 or more counters on a creature. So I would rather do per instance. Also, if you're Black Sun Zenithing with Hapatra in play, then you can only do it for X's 1, because otherwise Hapatra will die. So basically, this is 3 mana. However many creatures are in play, you make that many 1/1s. That's good. Contagion Clasp. Really don't like that. It's so much mana. Crumbling Ashes. At the beginning of your upkeep, destroy target creature with a -1 counter on it. Okay. Cryptolith, good. Turn your snakes into other guys. I would also want Enduring Vitality. If we're going to make all these extra snake tokens, have more Cryptolith effects. And Enduring Vitality is the next best one. Demonic Tutor, Devoted Druid. Sure. Farseek. Golgari Charm. But this is not -1 counters. This is just -1. Signet, Heroic, Nature's Lore, Rampant Growth, Swiftfoot, Sylvan Anthem. I would not bother with this. I guess you get to scry whenever a snake comes into play. And the snakes are bigger. Okay. Talisman, Unnatural Restoration. Regrowth and Proliferate. Okay. Zulaport. Marionette Apprentice is a strict upgrade to Zulaport from MH3. So your total ramp is you have no mana dorks. And so your total actual ramp, although your commander's only 2 mana, so it's not as big of a deal, but your total ramp is 1 Cryptolith, sort of. I'm not going to count that. 1. Now, you know what? I'll count that because that means your commander also taps for mana. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, way too little. So even though your commander's cheap, you need to go either the stacks route or have way more ramp than you have. And 3 mana is not good enough. 2 or less. In particular, you just have access to all the best mana dorks. I get that they're not good when you like Black Sun Zenith, but that's one situation. I would much rather have 1 mana dorks than 2 mana not dorks that, you know, cost twice as much. And then let's see what else. Ammon Eternal, Whenever opponent casts a spell, put a -1 counter on this. Whenever it deals... Okay, this is just going to die, like, in one turn cycle. I get the thinking behind it, but unless I have ways of stripping the counters off of it, this is just going to die. Beast Within, Beastmaster Ascension, Blowfly Infestation. Whenever creature dies, if it had a counter on it, put a counter on something else. Okay. Dusk Urchins. Attacks or blocks -1 counter. Whenever it dies, draw a card for each counter on it. Evolution Sage. Generous Patron. Support 2. Whenever you put one or more counters on a creature you don't control, draw a card. Alright, makes sense. Listening Sphere. Grim Affliction. Not great, but sure, works with your guy. Death Touching related, sure. Kanama's Reach, Croson Grip, Necro Skitter. Nest of Scarabs, Obelisk Spider. Whenever you put one or more counters on a creature, each opponent loses one. Arena. Spitting Dilophosaurus. ETB or attack, -1 on a creature. Creatures your opponents control with -1 can't block. Victimize. I don't know what you're reanimating here that's so important, but... Alright. I guess it's fine because you're making a bunch of random things. Get rid of Whisper Silk Cloak. This card sucks. Creekwood Liege. Beginning of your upkeep, you make a 1/1. And it pumps your snakes. This one doesn't seem very good. Massacre Girl, Known Killer. Wither. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, if its toughness was less than 1, draw a card. Sure. Mirkwood Bats. Serrated Arrows is bad. Wickerbow Elder. Sure. Dogmoth. And then we've got Eldrazi Monument. Flourishing Defenses. Whenever a -1 counter is placed on a creature, you make a 1/1. That's really expensive, but... Sure. I guess it also kind of combos with your commander, sort of. Moldervine Reclamation. Creature dies, gain 1 draw. Then you've got Craterhoof. If you've got Craterhoof, I would really want Natural Order in the deck. They basically always go together. Teach the Queen. Contagion Engine. Don't want this card. Midnight Banshee. On each non-black creature. So this kills all your snakes, right? Because all your snakes are green creatures only. Yeah, so I don't want Midnight Banshee. Shiro. Snakes get +2. Whenever snake you control deals combat damage, player draw a card. Okay, makes sense. Although, basically, Toski is just this card, but not as expensive. And I see also you don't have Toski in here. I definitely want Toski in here. And then, finally, there is Agent Frank Horrigon. Indestructible as long as it attacked. When it enters or attacks, proliferate twice. This seems absolutely not worth it. So I know that Yawgmoth is one of the combos. I would in particular be looking to make other combos like actually go infinite. So I know like Zulaport does that. I said Marionette Apprentice. So there's that one to win the game, which means I would want creature tutors like Eldritch Evolution, Court of Calling, in order to assemble all of that in the first place. Those are the main things I would say are things to fix up. Check the loot deck. It's not CEDH, but I would like to see your CEDH take on him. This one, right? Hapatra's kind of interesting. I think I'll probably make a Hapatra deck at some point. So, loot is, he's types, right? Board 1, at the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top X, where X is the number of card types. Among other non-land permanents you control, you may play those cards this turn. Thanks a bunch. No problem, Veter. All right, so generally when I see a commander like this, I try to ignore everything else on the screen at first and just think, how would I build this so that I can start evaluating your card choices based on that assumption. So we're going to want lots of mana or ways to cast things for free because we're going to want we're going to have impulse draws. Exile the top, you may play those cards this turn. So yeah, I want lots and lots of mana so that none of those cards go to waste, or I want to build this like a storm deck so that I can just like ritual a whole bunch. Basically never lose access to all those cards. I don't want to exile cards and then, oh, I couldn't actually cast any of them. There's cards that trigger off of casting things from exile or playing lands from exile. Can I only cast them or can I play them? I may play them, so lands count. So I would definitely want like exploration so that I can play the multiple lands that we're probably going to hit. I would want cards that overlap in types, so like artifact creatures that tap to add mana are probably something that I would want, like Ornithopter of Paradise would be one of the best options. And then I would probably skew towards artifact and enchantment creatures that add mana more so than any other type of way of doing that. I would also skew away from instants and sorceries and towards permanents that do the same thing. I would want ways of multiplying this trigger, so Paradox Haze to get an initial upkeep, Roaming Throne, like anything that's going to double the trigger on this so that I get even more cards than normal. I would also want most of my cards to be cheap so that I have a higher chance of being able to cast all the things that I'm exiling in one turn. And I'm obviously going to, Ward 1 aside, I'm going to want lots of ways of protecting this creature. So, you know, Sylvan Safekeeper, Spellskite, etc. And what else? If I can cram a battle into this deck somewhere so that I have another permanent type, that'd definitely be something I want. So what do you have? Land, artifact, enchantment, creature, battle, planeswalker. It's permanent types, right? Yeah. So I would want to find a way to get a permanent into, or a way to get a battle into the deck, at least one, and at least one planeswalker, so that I have like a maximizing the number of types that I can do. That is everything that I would want. Now, what do you have? So there's a sideboard here. I don't know what this is related to, if this is stuff you considered or whatever. Then we've got types. So you've got 35 lands. Again, that's too many. And you've got like all these basics. You've clearly gone out of your way to choose a bunch of full art lands. All right, Bountiful Landscape's bad. Field of the Dead is absolutely not necessary here. We're just going to win off of generating bajillions of, like, tons and tons of value off loot, so we don't need Field of the Dead. Yeah, and then fix your basics. Otherwise, the rest of the lands are fine. It's just you're clearly having budget issues. But again, there's lots of cheap lands that you can play in dual colors, even if they're not so great, that are better than, like, playing all of these basics. And especially if your plan is to use fixing, you usually want more green, less of the other ones, so that you can use green to fix the other colors. Now, you did find a battle, Invasion of Kaldheim. That's reasonable. I would try to find a battle that's cheaper than this, because I want to have the maximum number of permanents on the field before loot even hits the board. Also, there are going to be tokens that are multiple types. So obviously, Artifact Creature is the easiest one, but there's also potentially enchantment tokens that are also creatures or something. There's also the God Weapons that are both enchantments and artifacts. Although I wouldn't go out of my way to play a card that is a different type or has multiple types just because it has those types. We've got Chandra as our only planeswalker. I can think of a bunch of them that are better than Chandra. Arasta, Archetype of Imagination. All right, these are already bad. I don't know why I would want to give all of my stuff flying. Armguard Familiar. Ward 2 gets +2/+1 and has Ward 2. That's not good. Yeah. Azusa, that's fine. Bamboo Grove Archer. Bad. So bad. Bonehorde Dracosaur. Okay, not sure why it's here. Craterhoof. Okay. Delighted Halfling. Doc Orlock Grizzled Genius. Spells you cast from your graveyard or from exile cost 2 less. Perfect card to have in the deck. Good on you for that one. Urtai. No idea why this is here. Feldorn. It's whenever exile, yeah, 2/2. Okay, that's good. Flaming Tyrannosaurus. Too expensive. Goldhound. Not worth it. Also, we have to sack this, so it's not going to even be in play anymore. Halden. You may play non-creatures from exile with fetch counters on them if you exile. You may play non-creature cards from exile with fetch counters on them if you exiled them, and you may spend mana as though it were mana of any color. So this only works with Paco, but you also have Paco in the deck. So if I don't have Paco, although partner, if you have the partner card in your deck, it's ETB, tutor the other partner out of your deck, right? When this creature enters, target player may put Paco into their hand from their library. Yeah, okay. But you're still playing a 3-mana card that just fetches this card, and then you also need to play this card, and then this card has to Attack to do the thing, and then, yeah, this is bad. Haywire Might, okay. Hypnotic Siren, not good. Atraxa, Empress of Mars. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, create a 2/2. So it's a 4-mana version of Faldorn. I'm not really interested in this, although I understand why it's here. It's just too expensive, I think. K9. As long as it's untapped, other legendary creatures you control have Ward 1, so it would stack with loot. That's just not worth it either, although it is an artifact creature. Target legendary creature can't be blocked this turn, so that's irrelevant. So it's just here to be protection. It's here to give another ward to loot. Yeah, I don't think that's worth it. Keeper of Secrets, I've seen this previously on another deck we built. It's not worth it either. Keranos, definitely not. Lelia, no. Perplexing Chimera, definitely not. Metamorph, no. Ragavan, yeah, that's fine. Sage of the Beyond. Spells you cast from anywhere other than your hand cost 2 less. Too expensive. Savvy Trader. Exile target permanent card from your graveyard. You may play that card for as long as it remains exiled. Spells you cast from anywhere other than your hand cost 1 less to cast. I understand the same deal, but it's still ramp for 4 mana. Sisterhood of Karn. Enters with a counter. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, double the number of counters on it. So all it is a beater. I don't really like that. Tireless Provisioner. Lin Kali Hunter. Exile target creature or from your graveyard. Until end of next turn, you may cast it. And it's trample, and once each turn, you may pay 0 rather than pay the mana cost for a creature spell you cast from exile. 7 mana, though. Not worth it. Val Candlekeep Researcher. Add an amount of colorless equal to its toughness. This mana can't be spent to cast spells from your hand. That's at least 4 for 3. And then this is only the first one, right? Yeah. Blade Blast, Fireball, and then you've got each opponent faces a villainous, whatever. Inevitable Betrayal, not sure why this is in here. See the Truth. If the spell's cast from anywhere other than your hand, you draw. It's 2 to draw 3, sure. Storm, Jessica's Will, yeah, it's fine. And then Artifacts, Altar of the Goyf. Yeah. Himmel, Arcane Signet, Bridge. Why? Just because you're casting spells from exile doesn't mean you're going to have nothing in your hand. Ixis. Also really weird. Soul Ring, Strixhaven Stadium, Talisman, Talisman, Talisman. Key to the Vault. Equipped creature deals combat damage to a player. So I'm spending 5 mana before I get any value out of this. Look at that many cards from the top of your library. You may exile non-land card and then put the rest on the bottom. You may cast the exile card without paying for it. Yeah. Winged Boots. Equipped creature has flying in Ward 4. Why are we not just playing Lightning Greaves? Okay. And then enchantments. There's a lot of them here. Charred Foyer, Warped Space. Not worth it. Eldrazi Conscription for some reason. Oh yeah, Tribal counts as a type, right? Yeah, there's that too. The Eldrazi Conscription isn't worth it, but sure. Prison in the Moon, million cards better to play than this. Lignify, Omen Path Journey. ETB, search your library for 5 lands with different names, exile them. At the beginning of your end step, choose a card at random, put it on the battlefield, not worth it. Paradox Haze, alright, that's good. Passionate Archaeologist. Whenever you cast a spell from exile, this creature deals damage equal to that spell's mana value to target opponent. I don't want that. It's not each opponent. So it's not going to deal enough damage. Song of Creation, really weird choice. Lost in the Damned. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control from anywhere other than your hand, or you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, create a 3/3. Alright, that's good. And then Stream, Valakut Exploration. Our card's exiled with Valakut Exploration, not in general. So, not interested in that one. Bridge combos with Song of Creation? I mean, not really. Like, yes, technically those cards work together, but you're forcing yourself to have no cards in hand. That's just horrible. Just because we can play cards off of loot, why would I want my hand? Why would I want to be empty-handed? So I can attack and they can't. Someone will find an answer to Song of Creation, or they'll just kill you in a way that doesn't involve attacking you. And it requires you to have both of those cards. And it requires that you be empty-handed. I would only run this if I was like all in on storming, where, okay, I don't care that I'm going to be empty-handed because I'm just going to storm like crazy and win the game. So, all right, let's build loot. And then let's copy this. Okay, so actually I can just... Yeah, so new deck. Loot. Loot, the key to everything. Add in the starter kit. Add in... Protection for loot is more important than counter spells because everything's being impulse drawn. So we probably want some counter spells, but not a lot of them. Ramp. Action. Probably good enough. And then let's fix this up. Okay. We're not going to have white and black, so Marsh Flats is the fetch land that gets gone. Hydroelectric Specimen. Yeah. Manamo. That can probably go. What else are we cutting? Got too many lands. Alright, get rid of Manamo. Get rid of Basic Forest. Are we a Cradle deck? I don't know. We're going to have a lot of permanents in play. Get rid of Defense Grid. Get rid of... We don't have white, so we don't have access to moms. So... I have to be careful about not just cutting all the best... Like, all the least efficient cards, because I have to be aware of having lots of types. Get rid of Trickery and Burnout. Fierce Guardianship's good. This is good. Force is good. Swan's good. We can get rid of Delay. Dress down, get that out of here, and then get rid of the sorcery type stuff. Farseek, Nature's Lore, and 3 visits. All of those are getting gone. Not going to need Wolf Willow Haven. Don't know if we're attacking people a bunch for Professional Facebreaker. Let's get rid of Nardole. Although it is an artifact creature, but it only taps for non-creature spells. Yeah, okay, so get rid of that. Love the commentary. It's fun to play. I do enjoy it. Monovault, yeah, get that out of here. And then Bolt Bend, that's gone. Ricochet Trap, get out of here. Misdirection, get out of here. Legless Quick Reflexes, out. And then there's this. Okay, so we have 32 lands at the moment, one of which is Gaia's Cradle. There's no reason to run Dryad Arbor because we're going to have lands and creatures anyway. Like, loot will already be a creature. So at minimum, you have land loot. So that's 2 minimum that you're getting every turn. And then probably easy enough to add artifact or enchantment. So you probably have 3 a turn. And then the challenge is going to be getting more than that. Let's cut all of this stuff that is spell-based. So Submerge, Wild Magic, Chaos Warp, Force of Vigor, Maw, Nature's Claim. If I want Pyroblast and Red Blast, probably. I might cut these down later. For now, let's cut all the colorless artifact rocks that all they do is produce colorless and they're not also creatures. So that'll be a simple enough thing to get rid of. And the less efficient creatures. So Deranged Assistant, we're not going to need Devoted Druid. We can get rid of that one. Fanatic Aronis, get gone. Chalice. The one-offs, so Cold Steel Heart. Goblin and Narcomancer. Yeah, we can get rid of that. Hedron, maybe, probably. Let's see. Yeah, definitely Hedron Crawler. So the ones that produce colorless. Monakin, Millikin, Mindstone. Murkon, okay. Plaguemur. Priest of Titania. We're probably not going to have the elves for that. And Facebreaker, that can go. And then we get rid of Sky Diamond, Fire Diamond. Definitely the Signets are getting cut. Is it Signet? Rule Signet. Kinnon? I'll have to reevaluate how many of these I have. Liquid Metal Torque. Okay, Destiny Spinner's an enchantment creature, right? Yeah. Get rid of Mystical Tutor. And then... So from here, I think I just... Oh, let's get rid of the basic island. And we don't have a mountain, right? Yeah, okay. We have 6 fetchable lands and 9 fetches. That's fine. Okay. So from here, I probably want to stop cutting things, and I probably just want to start adding things, and then we'll come back and cut stuff, because I need to see what the distribution of types is before I continue cutting stuff at this point. Oh, we're definitely getting Boreal Druid, though. Let's see. Maybe the Mana Elves are going to. I'm not sure. Like the ones that only produce green. Gilded Drake. Okay. And trying to get enchantment and artifact out before turn 3. Yeah. Welcome back, Nolan. So first of all, I'm going to compare it to your deck, because I know you have some cards in your deck that I definitely want to add. So Unable to Scream's probably one of them. Azusa is definitely going to be another one. Paradox Haze. Lost in the Damned. Let's see. Not that. See the Truth. Baldorn. Yeah, the one that makes stuff from exile cost less. Add this. Exploration. Not Lelia. Jessica's Will. We have too much color discrepancies off of red. Haywire Might. Yeah, that's fine. Although I don't like that I have to sack it, but whatever. Then... I think I'm going to go a value route and not a storm route, so that means not Song of Creation. What does this guy do? Landfall, create a food or treasure. Oh, it's Tireless Provisioner. It's just a different art for Tireless Provisioner. Yeah, all right, so that's probably the ones I want to add in there. And then we'll come back to this, and then let's do... it is both an artifact and an enchantment. Yeah, so the god weapons, the only one of the 3 I would consider playing is Bident of Thassa, and even that one I probably don't want. Then let's do enchantment creatures. Which one's here? Oh yeah, Dryad of the Elysian Grove. I would pick Dryad over Azusa, I think, for the types. So Dryad of the Elysian Grove. This is a Beast Noble, so Harmonic Prodigy doesn't work with it. Roaming Throne's 4 mana, so I kind of don't want that, but it's a possibility. Sanctum Weaver we've got. That would have been added automatically. We have Destiny Spinner. And then there's these cards. Not interested in most of this. So Fable is an enchantment that makes a creature, and the creature makes an artifact. But it's at the same mana value as Loot. I wouldn't add it just based on that. I would add it if we have enough ETB triggers, which we may wind up having. One thing I want to add is Aura Shards. Oh, I can't add... Obviously, I can't add Aura Shards. It's white. Probably not Fable. Some copies from enchantment sources, so not that one. Loot's just a creature, right? Yeah. So probably not any of these. Klothys is a close consideration. I don't think we specifically need enchantment creatures, though. We'll probably have some other cheap enchantments, like just Wild Growth and Utopia Sprawl are already some cheap enchantments that we can easily get. Klothys is a possibility, though. So Klothys. Enduring, we don't have a bunch of creature. I mean, all of our creatures tap for mana anyway. There's Enduring Curiosity. We're just getting value out of our guy. We don't need to attack. If I was gonna add that, I would have kept Facebreaker in. Definitely not playing Karanos. Overlord isn't a creature until it unimpends, so Not that. Not Hull Creeper. All right, so probably not this. And then there's going to be like a 10 million artifact creatures, right? Artifact creature. CMC is 2 and under. There's all of the Monodorks, Spellskite, which I should have over here. I do. All the mirrors. That's fine. Okay, so I think I'm done with that. Now, what about type battle? A cheaper battle, so 3 and under. I'm gonna add Oko for the Planeswalker. Okay, Segovia, Ikoria. Do I have creatures I specifically want to go fetch? I don't think so. Park here. Reveal any number of dragons. Okay, not applicable. Enters, discard a card if you do draw 2. That's reasonable. What's the flip side of it? Discard a card, create 2 1/1s. Okay. Ixalan is another one that's alright. Look at the top 5. Get a card. So let's do Invasion of... Do Invasion of. I can look at it from here. Okay, never mind. Oh my gosh, looking at battles is awful. Urgamon does what now? ETB, treasure, and then you discard if you do draw. Okay, so Urgamon, Ixalan, Kaladesh. Make a 1/1, don't care about that. The battle needs to be good enough on its own before we flip it. Discard a card, draw 2, so Mercadia, and then... What does Pyrulia do? Try 3, then reveal the top. If it's a land or a double-faced card, draw a card. Guess that's fine. Tarkir's the dragons, and then the rest of it. Okay. That's probably too many. We probably don't need all 4 battles, but it's fine. This one is cantrip filtering. This one is also cantrip filtering. This one, same deal. And then this one's also the same deal. Altheim wheels your hand sort of by exiling them. I just don't want to pay 4. I want my battles to be cheaper. Those are all fine. And then... let's see. So that's the battles, and then what's the other one we're missing? We're missing tribal, but it can't be an instant or sorcery. Has tribal been eroded to kindred? Yeah. All right, kindred. What? Legal and commander. Color identities. The card types include kindred and the card types exclude. Why is this not showing up at all? It's just completely overlooking this. Well, I'm gonna have to find that out some other way, I guess. And then let's look at planeswalkers. Let's start with just the 3 mono ones. Oh. I do not understand why this is not functioning correctly. Format EDH, ID, Teamer, type Planeswalker, Planeswalkers. Okay. Oh, is it because I had Or in there? Hang on, Kindred. There we go. So there's Lignify. That's reasonable. Lignify. Thornbite. This creature deals 1 to target creature player, and whenever a creature dies, untap this. Whenever Shaman enters, you may attach it. Marrow Commerce is Merfolk. This is Goblins. Idol of False Gods. Create a wand. Whenever another Eldrazi dies, make a counter. As long as this has 8 counters on it, blah, blah, blah. Okay, not playing this equipment. Armagoyf Nest. Not what we want to do. Diviner's Wand. I know these two are involved in combos. Wizard related. No. Creature, no. And then whenever an opponent plays a blue spell during your turn, you may make a 4/4. Yeah, not really interested. So Lignify is the only one. What about above 3? Well, Altar of the Goyf's the only other one, really. Whenever you clash, yeah, okay. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gets +X, where X is the number of card types in your in all graveyards. That's not good. All right, back down to 3, and let's look at Planeswalkers. There's Oko. Narset would also be playable, although Narset's playable. Narset. The Healy, Vivian, Ren, Kiora, Domri. Domri would be... Domri at least adds mana. Domri, Anarch. Jessica. Nissa, Jace. Probably... Oh, Ren and 6. Ren and 6. Dak Faden. Yeah, that's another good one. Dak Faden. Probably good on that front. Okay. From Exile. How many results do we get? There's that dude. Not really interested in most of the rest of this, except Party Thrasher. Party Thrasher is good. Party Thrasher. What is his other ability? At the beginning of your pre-combat main, you may discard if you do exile the top 2. Choose one of them, you play that card this turn. Add 2 mana of any color, spend this one, only cast spells from your graveyard, and then you can exile itself. Okay. We're good on that front. All right, where does that leave us? 107 cards in the deck. We're obviously cutting a lot. All right, I'd rather have Rhythm of the Wild than City of Solitude, so let's get rid of City of Solitude. And then we don't have access to Grand Abolisher because we're not in white, so that leaves Dosan. But we have Domri and other creatures to prevent our stuff from getting countered, so let's get rid of Dosan. And we got Spellskite, Safekeeper, Veil. I'm actually going to probably cut Veil, aren't I? Cannon, how many things here? Obviously, this is way too much ramp at 35. That's like a crazy amount. All right, well, the only artifact creatures here that give us multiple colors are Merconvert and Ornithopter. I really want to go turn 1 Dork, turn 2 Loot. I don't think I can justify cutting any of the 1 mana Dorks. Also, we need crop rotation for Gaia's Cradle. So crop rotation. Generate value from loot with many different card types. Allosaurus, Destiny Spinner is also an enchantment, so that wins out over Allosaurus, if anything. A lot of our cards are not green. All right, put Allosaurus Shepherd away, and then that leaves SWAT. What's our actual blue count? Is Force of Will viable? No, it isn't. Well, it's 14 plus some multicolor spells, but let's get rid of that. Spellskite, Lightning, Rhythm, Guardian Augmenter, Domri, Destiny's Lighted. Okay, that's all fine. The only ones that actually give him protection while he's in play is Sylvan, Spellskite, Greaves, Guardian. 4 plus deflecting spot. We're gonna have enough creatures that I don't think we need the Murs. So let's get rid of the Murs. But actually, what am I talking about? It doesn't matter if it's a creature, because loot is a creature. So the card also being a creature is irrelevant. I didn't have the green Mur in here. Yeah, okay, so that's fine. So then Mur Convert, so that's not relevant either. Number of card types among... Oh, it's other non-lands, so it doesn't count itself. That's still fine. We're still going to have creatures regardless. Get rid of Mur Convert. And then there's Ornithopter. That's fine. Ragavan. Let's get rid of... If I go too far down on artifacts, then Opal doesn't work anymore, right? That's the problem. How many artifacts do I have right now? I have 12. Oh, that's already too little. All right, get rid of Mox Opal. And then I may as well get rid of talismans, I guess. Talisman, talisman, talisman. What is this with 8 artifacts in the deck? I want more than that. What is our enchantments? We've got 14 enchantments, 8 artifacts, 23 creatures, 4 battles, 5 planeswalkers. Got Lignify already. Let's get rid of Unable to Scream. I don't think we need Gilded Drake either. Let's get rid of that. And then this has to get cut way down. Problem is there's not good things to get rid of. So there's Ornithopter of Paradise, which I want because it's both types. And then Bloom Tender is good with loot, so we're not getting rid of that. Oh, let's get rid of this thing. Brazen Collector. Arbor, Arcane, Birds, Bloom, the Flowers. Doc Urlock is obviously going to be in here. Domri, Dryad, Elvish Mystic. If I get rid of the green mana elves, that leaves me with what? Delighted Birds, Arbor Elf. Not that much. I cut Arcane and Felwar, then we just don't have enough artifacts left in the deck. And if I cut... I guess we want lots of ramp in general because of loot, right? So we don't necessarily have to go down to the typical amount. Kinnon, how many things does this work with? We have to tap it for the mana, right? Whenever you tap a non-land. So, Arbor Elf doesn't count. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8... 9, 10, 11, 12. That treasure's sort of 13, 14, 15, 15. We can get rid of Kinnon. Not that 15 wouldn't have been enough, but we can just get rid of it. And if I'm gonna play Fertile Ground, I may as well play an Atraxa, right? 8 artifacts, 13 enchantments. Let's move that, and then let's put back Talisman of Curiosity. That's fine. I might be a little too many battles. There's 4 of them, and I might be a little too many planeswalkers, 5 of them. Of our planeswalkers in battles, I like all of them. All of our battles basically do some variation on getting us 1 card. They're basically all variations of cantrips. The best one's probably Mercadia. Or maybe it's Urgamon because we get a treasure out of it. I think this is fine. I think we cut from other places if we actually need to cut stuff. And are we actually at 92 cards right now? We are at 92 cards right now. Can you reevaluate my Sigarda Voltron? I added tags and a description. Sure. I'll get to that after done with loot. So what would I want from here? I basically want ways to win, right? Because we've got loot. So that's going to be tons and tons and tons of value, right? How many X1 creatures do we have? I want to see if I want to add Skull Clamp to this deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's not that much. Do extra turns. Not really interested in that. Probably need the curve of this deck to be really low in general. Do we have anything in the deck right now that costs 4 and up? I don't think we have a single card that costs 4 and up in our whole deck. And I would like to keep it that way. We've got Lost in the Damned. That's Lost in the Damned and Faldorn are ways of just producing a whole bunch of tokens that can beat our opponents to death. What do the flip sides of these battles do? The 3/4. This one is also not that big, right? Yeah, 4/3. Also not that big. And then this one is a 4/4. Okay. Yeah, we've got token spam with these 2 cards. There's also what else? I think that's mainly it, right? That's probably not good enough alone in order to get where we need to go. Is there a way that I can completely cut all of these counter spells out of the deck? Because I never want to impulse draw into something that I can't cast. What if I just cut them anyway? Sink into Stupor's a land, though. And that's actually, we can cast it proactively because it's a bounce spell. The main things was I got rid of Allosaurus Shepherd, so let's put that back. Let's put Azusa back, and let's put Green back, maybe? Sure. And I'll build a Brimaz deck. There is no card called Brimaz. Brimaz, Blight, or Areskos. Sure. Will do. That will be behind Sigarda. All right. I'm sure EDH Rec is going to have a bunch of suggestions for loot, so let's just go ahead and pull that up. Yep, there's Doc Urlock. Yeah, there's these ones. I don't want them to cost 4. This one's pretty close. ETB, exile permanent from your graveyard. You may play it for as long as it remains exiled. Spells you cast from anywhere other than your hand cost 1 less. I still think I don't want this, though. Cast a spell from exile. This creature deals damage equal to that spell's mana value to target opponent. I don't think I want this one either. So Lelia basically loot triggers, and then this will get like 3 to 4 counters or whatever. But it's still just a big creature. I guess it also impulse draws you a card. I still don't really like it. Got Exploration, then there's, what else? Keeper, nothing that's expensive. Jeska's Will. Hugs, Atraxa. If this spell was cast from exile, it deals 5. Okay, yeah, that makes it better. All right, so Delayed Blast, Fireball. What about was cast from exile? Was cast from exile. These are the only 2 that do it. ETB, exile X creatures. For each of those cards, the owner may play it, and then whenever one or more non-tokens enters, if one or more of them entered from exile or was cast from exile, you draw a card. Ability only triggers once per turn. So you can play this for 2, and then once a turn, when you cast a thing from exile, you'll draw a card, but that's it. You won't get any more. So you'll need to have cast 3 things before this does anything. Before it's worth it, rather. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere, put a +1 counter on the target creature. At the beginning of your end step, untap each creature you control with the counter on it. Now, Fibblethip is... all the top cards have plot, right? Yeah. Whenever you cast your first spell during each of your turns, exile the top. Narcomancer. What is our actual color breakdown? So, like, how many things does a Narcomancer not get? Narcomancer, there's these 8 blue spells, and then there's obviously everything that only costs 1, so it doesn't reduce the cost of it. So, not 30, it's less than that, plus the multicolor stuff. So let's just say around 25, 20 cards. Nothing that's this. It doesn't even reduce loot, so I'm not interested in it. Halfling, Memory Worm. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, it deals 2 damage to target player. That player discards a card, then draw. It makes them rummage. Yeah, I don't want that. E-Witness. Tireless Provisioner. Spirit of Karn's a big thing. This is 5 mana. Flubs. Not Flubs. I want Reality Chip. Artifact and a creature, and it lets us cast stuff off the top, I suppose. I feel like loot is already giving us all the card advantage we need, and therefore I don't need this card. Real Recruiter, and go grab what? Not particularly interested in that either. Wild Magic Sorcerer can turn any 1-drop into a Cascade into a guaranteed Inevitable Trail. Seems fun. that's a point. There's also Ancestral Visions. Wild Magic Sorcerer's 4 mana? So it's basically a 2-card combo because the Suspend card sucks without the Sorcerer, and the Sorcerer requires that you have the Suspend card. Also, if the Suspend card's ever in your hand, then you don't cascade into it. Also, the Wild Magic Sorcerer's 4 mana. Yeah, I just don't think I want that. Actually, Axe Brimaz, you weren't a fan of how I built Wise Mothman. Can you make a +1 counter version of him instead? So build Brimaz? Sure. Draw a card for each spell you've cast this turn from anywhere other than your hand, and you can foretell it. Why would you ever foretell this? Anyways, regardless, I'm not running that. Growth Spiral. That's just other ramp. It does make sense to run Growth Spiral and Explore if we are gonna, like, be exiling lands and then we want to just play them. Potentially. Alright, Growth Spiral. 4. Then there's the counter spells. What about counter spells that do other things that, like, are actually proactive? Like, more Sink into Stupor type counter spells are probably what I would be looking for. Yeah, like 3 steps ahead, although 3 steps ahead is not a thing that I really want to do when I'm impulse drawing it, but something along these lines, basically. Oh yeah, so let's see. Counter, target, and then I don't want it to cost more than 3. There's like charms, right? Like, is it charm? That could work. What about is it charm? Because I do think we still need counter spells. We need ways of countering. I kept the Pyroblasts, right? Yeah. There's Is It Charm. Just stuff that does other things besides just countering. We can't cast Warping Wail most of the time. Probably ever, actually. Hermit. Yeah, something along the lines of this, where we can just cast it proactively, even though it's really inefficient, but at least that's... You can just play it. Yeah, something along the lines of Glenelendra Archmage, those types of cards. Contract spell, if the spell... Yeah, okay, not that one. Decisive Denial's fight, right? Yeah, fighting... Decisive Denial. These prosperity cards are just unbelievably ugly, eh? And they've got the big prosperity thing on top of them, so it's hard to tell at a glance what they are. What in the world is going on with this card? All right, and then Wandrix command counters artifacts and enchantments only, and the other modes are not great. Bounce a creature, get counters, shuffle cards. Steamer Charm. Fight, Monolith, or stuff can't block. Not, I mean, the right idea, but I don't want this either. Mausoleum Wanderer? Not, no. App stuff, no. It looks like it's going to be most of what we can do. Yeah, Fear of Imposters, like that one's not great. And I wouldn't just want to cast a 3-2 that doesn't do anything proactively. There's like Phantom Interference, but I have to pay 4 to make it 2-2, which I also don't want to do. Get Out. Bounce 2 creatures or enchantments in my hand. I don't think we have the ETB triggers for that, right? How many things do we even have that have ETB triggers? Almost nothing. We got Battles. Do we actually just straight up not have any creature that has an ETB trigger at all in our whole deck? Hang on. Casting trigger. Not a single one. Well, that makes it easy to add Torpor Orb to our deck. Fine, I'll leave. I didn't see you post anything before, not me, so I'm not sure what that's in reference to. Two cards left. I think we don't actually need any big bombs, right? We just got Faldorn and Lost in the Damned are good enough to just start spamming a bunch of things into play. It's more like we just need to control the board, but we have plenty of ways of doing that with like Oko, Delayed Blast, Fireball. You said get out. Hardy har har. 2 more cards. Is there something we can scale up, like an X spell or something that we could just cast early on? Or like Kicker. What else is in the loot deck that is a potential add? Each opponent, each creature they control accesses 1+ the number of spells you cast from anywhere other than your hand this turn. Well, we'd have to Storm to do that. I could just have like the dual caster combo in the deck, I guess. That doesn't sound very cool though. Also, if we ever like impulse drew one of the cards without the other one at the same time and then it just got exiled forever, that would be atrocious. Artifacts. I don't want Key to the Vault. What else? Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, Unstable Amulet deals 1 damage to each opponent. There we go. Each opponent. That's what I was looking for. Unstable Amulet. Unstable Amulet. So this damages people, and what's the other mode? You exile the top and can play it. If I cast an instant sorcery from their hand, exile it, begin to repeat with their 4 more. Nope, not that. Fortune Teller's Talent. You may look at the top card. As long as you've cast a spell this turn, you may play cards from the top. Spells you cast from anywhere other than your hand cost 2 less to cast. Okay, but it's 8 mana before we get to that final part, so no. Wild Wasteland. Skip your draw step. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play those cards this turn. Song of Creation. Yeah, we're not doing the Storm thing. Otherwise, I would definitely have it, but we're not doing the Storm thing. Library, we already have that. Then there's this one. No. What is Power Balance? Whenever an opponent casts a spell, you reveal the top card. If you do, cast it if it has the same mana value. No. Fertile Ground. I already cut that for space, but that's possibly needs to change. What's our types at right now? 11 artifacts, 13 enchantments, 23 creatures, 4 battles, 5 planeswalkers. Okay, that's fine. Underworld Breach? We'd have to do a bunch of things for that to work. Here's all the battles, and there's the planeswalkers. I only looked at the 3 mana planeswalkers. I guess I should have looked at the 4 mana ones as well. Minsk and Boo. Not really. That's all the rest of it. Do I have Yavimaya in here? I do not. And a quick look at, do we have any combos in this? Clear, add this, submit. And I don't know why we've got to refresh it each time, but we do. No combos in the deck, but you could get a combo if you played any of this stuff, which is what? Mostly a bunch of BS that's not really trying to do what we're trying to do. Yeah, alright. So, no combos. Music is really nice for some deck building. I added some additional information to the Sigarda deck. If you can refresh the page rehab for a moment, I would appreciate any feedback to my tags as well. I can show you what tags I have, so... Actually, can I? Yeah, I can go... So the tags I use currently are Beatdown. So Beatdown I consider to be anything that's like a big creature that's attacking, pump effects, burn, life drain, any of that stuff. Cantrips Filtering is any card that draws only 1 or 2 cards, but can never draw more than that. Or it filters cards like looting, rummaging, replace the cards in your hand with other cards. So like Scroll Rack. But that one's debatable because there's like replacing your whole hand is different. Ramp is anything that adds mana or reduces costs. Removal and Bounce, anything that destroys, exiles, bounces, tucks, strips all the abilities off of 1 or 2 cards, but doesn't do more than that. So it's not, a sweeper has to usually hit like 3+ cards. But I also wouldn't consider like an Edict that hits 1 card from each player a sweeper. Or even like a Grasp of Fate type card where it hits 1 card from each player. I would consider those removal, not sweepers. Counterspells, that should be pretty straightforward. Protection is anything that gives your stuff hexproof, shroud, indestructible, phases them out, makes your stuff uncounterable, redirects targets, or makes it so you can't be attacked, like Sphere of Safety. I think that's all the things that are in protection. Protection I will also apply to certain types of counterspells that are only applicable in more narrow situations. So like... Or they're like onboard stuff. I won't consider them... I usually won't consider them counterspells. I'll consider them protection. Combos are anything that is either straight up you win when you assemble A+B, or it can be sometimes not a combo, but like synergy cards, where like this card specifically works well with your commander. Or I might consider the combo card like the payoff, right? But maybe the card isn't specifically a combo, but when you combo and you tutor and you make infinite mana, then this card is the payoff for them. I'll consider that combo. Card draw is anything that draws 3 or more. So it either draws 3 or more cards in one shot, or it can potentially draw 3 or more cards because it says whenever X thing happens, you draw. So technically, like, you know, Rhystic Study, when you play it, you don't draw any cards, but you're going to draw more cards over the course of the game. Cheat is anything that bypasses having to pay costs. So you may cast this without paying for it, or rather than pay for the spell, you can pay life, or You just put a permanent directly onto the battlefield, so sneak attack. Sweepers, anything that's hitting usually all of a specific type of card, or it's at least hitting so many of them that it's basically all of them. So like something like Brotherhood's End, for example. Okay, technically it doesn't kill every single creature because anything with toughness 4 or greater won't die, but it's probably killing a whole bunch of things, so it's a sweeper. So anything that mass bounces, mass destroys, mass exiles. Lands are anything that's a land. I have to tag stuff specifically as a land because there's lands that don't add mana. So like Tabernacle, when I'm sorting this by types and tags, well, Tabernacle doesn't tap for mana, so I don't want Tabernacle sorted in with the rest of my lands. Haste, anything that gives haste or that gives you the ability to activate abilities immediately, even if they're technically not haste. Fast mana is any mana where I have to spend it in that turn or it goes away, or once I spend it, I can't get it again. So like Mana Vault. For a really long time, I had Mana Vault and Ramp, but Mana Vault is basically fast mana because unless you have like Voltaic Key and ways of untapping it, you're basically playing it, using it once, and then you can't use it anymore. Mill, I tagged Mill just because I found that a lot of decks that I had Mill cards in them, so I wanted to add that. Wheels is also anything that is discard, shuffle, exile your hand, and then draw that many or 7 cards. Reanimation is a specific type of cheating effect where you're taking something from the graveyard and putting it back onto the battlefield. Usually a creature, but it can be different types. Stacks encompasses the entire range of stacks. Taxing effects. Players can't activate abilities of X type thing. Can't cast more than 1 spell a turn. Whenever you cast a spell, you have to bounce a land to your hand. Mass land destruction. Lands become a certain type, like Blood Moon. Basically, anything that is preventing your opponent from casting spells, activating abilities, etc. Extra turns and combats, I just grouped those all together because they're often kind of doing the same thing. Tutors, anything that searches your deck and grabs a specific card and puts it in your hand, or sometimes on the battlefield. And untappers, I found a lot of the time I wanted untap effects. A lot of commanders have tap abilities, so this is anything that untaps stuff. Any guide or recommendations on a deck building Maha? If you want to add that to the list, we can. You can post your Moxfield name in the chat for him to look at your deck. Yeah, that. I don't have a Mox account or deck built, just wondering if anyone has suggested it or if he did a video on him specifically. Have not done Maha, but you can add that to the list if you want. Anyway, that's loot. Did I post the link for loot? No, I didn't. Here is loot. So yeah, I think this is just general value.deck with some ability to control what's going on because we have like a bunch of removal and whatnot. And then win the game probably via a combination of Faldorn, Lost in the Damned, and Unstable Amulet, dealing a bunch of damage to our opponent. And every single card in the deck is 3 or under, 3 mana and under, so that way you don't have to... you're less likely to impulse draw into multiple things where you can't cast everything in the same turn. So, loot. Alright, now you said to look at Sigarda, and you said you updated it, so let's refresh this. High Power Voltron, IRL deck, equipment theme, win with commander damage. A lot of early ramp to cast Sigarda. Quickly, no stacks cards, no combos. I want to possibly remove Halvar and Akroma's Will for different cards. You should definitely remove Halvar and Akroma's Will. I have consideration cards, which most are expensive replacements. Okay. 30 lands. Much nicer lands this time around. I also see you have a Savannah in here, so I'm guessing that either you own that for a long time or it's not a big deal. Okina. I would basically only run Okina if you're... Essentially what it looks like is that you haven't completely filled out all the dual lands, at which point... Sure, Okina is, I suppose, better than running a 3rd forest, depending on how much things you have that fetch lands out of your deck, which doesn't look like you have any of those, except 3 visits. So that's probably fine. Yeah, mostly your lands are good. I just would think I would want more duels that are not just additional forests and plains. But all the rest of that's fine. Is Ancient Den and Tree of Tales in here for Opal? No. Are they in here for Pure Steel Paladin? Okay, sure. And then let's look at it tagged. Akroma's Will is considered bad. I wouldn't pay 4 mana for an Akroma's Will. I only get the effect once, and then it goes away. So it's either a protection spell, which means I have to have 4 mana open, or it's a one-time only attack my opponents, right? Where's Chroma's Will? It would be in... let me find mana values. Double Strike, I guess, is like... I would want my creature to either be really big or to have a lot of creatures for that to be important. And for less mana, I can play like Beastmaster Ascension, and then the pump just on Beastmaster stays active forever. It doesn't go away. Or like Cathar's Crusades, for 1 more mana, the +1 counters stay active forever. Yeah, I don't think I would want to run Chroma's Will. All right, tutors. Open, Steel Shaper's Gift, Stoneforge, Enlightened Eladamri's Call. Draw spells. Archivist, Esper Sentinel, Kenris, Pure Steel, Saram, Sword of Fire and Ice, Sword of Forge and Frontier, Sylvan Library, Toski. All right, just general equipment, 17. Hammer, Plate, Excalibur, Fire Streaker, Hammer of Nazan, Greaves. I wouldn't bother with Greaves because I don't really care about hasting Sigarda, and it already has Hexproof anyway. Mithril Coat, Robe of the Stars, Shadow Spear, Swiftfoot. Again, same deal, get rid of Swiftfoot. Sword of Body and Mind. I don't care about milling my opponent for 10. In fact, that's usually actively detrimental. And then making a wolf is not good, not that great. So I get rid of Sword of Body and Mind. Feast and Famine, good. Fire and Ice, good. Forge and Frontier, good. Sinew and Steel. This is one of the ones that I don't like as much because you're just shattering one thing. Planeswalkers usually don't matter, but it's okay. Sword of Vengeance. This card is bad. And then Jite, I also probably wouldn't bother with. Lands, past that. Monodork / Rocks, 19. And they mostly look good. How many elves do you have for Priest of Titania? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's fine. Brawl, Talisman. Okay, since you're already running artifacts for Metalcraft or Pure Steel, you should replace 3 visits with another Mono Rock. Specifically Felwar Stone. Felwar Stone's better than Talisman of Unity as well. So yeah, I would get rid of 3 visits and replace it with Felwar. Other than that, this is all fine. Haste, yeah, don't bother with haste. Protection, Shepherd, Gladriel's Dismissal, Grand Abolisher, Haystack, Rogue, Teferi's Protection. I would not play Protection because it's too expensive. Removal, Beast Within, Generous Gift. You still don't have Broke here, right? No. Stroke of Midnight, better than these two. Kenris, Skyclave, no Lauren, no Knight of Autumn, none of the other creatures that enter. Solitude. I mean, alright, sure. Voltron. Chroma's Will, Arden. Yeah, definitely Arden. Brass Squire. There's another one that's an artifact creature that is 3 mana, and it's not... It doesn't put artifacts on... It doesn't put equipment on other things. I think it puts equipment on itself. It's basically an Arden only for itself. I would look into that one, too. Sigarda Halvar. Duelist Heritage. Nah, don't bother with that. Aid, Silverblade Paladin. 1 or more creatures attacking. If target attacking creature double strike. I guess this one's okay. I wouldn't personally play Duelist Heritage or Silverblade, but those are okay. I would also want to play... I just had it on the tip of my tongue. What is it? Forge Anew. So you've got Pure Steel, and you've got Pure Steel, Sigarda's Aid, and Arden as ways of cheating all the equipment. I would also want Forge Anew as another way of cheating equipment. What's in my version that you're not running? Sigarda. Sigarda. Hutzel would be a good addition to prevent Sigarda from getting countered, and then anytime it's pumped, it turns into card draw. Let's see. I'm doing auras, I'm doing auras as well, but you're not, so that's fine. I'm also doing more stacks than you're doing. Well, actually, you're not doing any stacks at all, so that's also fine. Yeah, mainly those. Destiny Spinner could be another good way to prevent Sigarda and whatnot from being countered. I think that's mostly all I would change. This is like 90% of the way there. Did you do Anax yet? I have not. When you say Anax, I assume you mean the mono red one that gets devotion, right? So there goes loot, and then that is it for Sigarda, and then I was requested to build Brimaz Blight of Areskos, and then after that, there will be Anax. There's only 2 Anaxes. I assume you mean this one, right? Yeah, okay. He's just a big dude, right? Well, I guess he has death equals tokens. Sure. Brimaz Blight of Areskos. Whenever you cast a Phyrexian creature or artifact creature, how do I request to build? Is it through donation? No, you don't have to donate. I mean, if you want to donate, I appreciate it, but no, you can just make a request. So if you want me to build something, you just say, I would like you to build this commander. Whenever you cast a Phyrexian creature or artifact, incubate X, where X is that spell's mana value. So the incubate is by far not going to be important. So the thing that I would get value out of it would be having an artifact token in play. And then at the beginning of each end step, if a Phyrexian died under your control this turn, proliferate. What a weird one. All right, All right, well, let's try. So, Brimaz Blight of Areskos. Add this to the bookmarks. All right, so add the starter kit, add the 2-color mana base, and then Phyrexians or artifact creatures. Well, thankfully, we're in the stacks colors. I know Phyrexian Censor's coming in here immediately. Let's get rid of Bowmasters. And then definitely we're adding stacks. Do I need protection spells for this guy? Probably, if we're trying to build around him. Yeah. So obviously we want a bunch of creatures, and then proliferating, I guess we get more counters on the incubate tokens. I was really hoping when I was reading that line that it would say flip over the incubate tokens rather than just proliferate, but we also get to proliferate. All right. We're very, very creature-based, so probably not going to want chains because we're going to want the card draw. Let's add the card draw right now. Do it. All right, Deluge out. Ranger Captain. A lot of this is going to go. We're probably going to do Mono Denial stuff, so Winter Moon, get gone. I will probably do Taxing, so we'll leave that in. I imagine I'm going to have ETB triggers, so Torpor Orb has to go, as does Hushbringer and Doorkeeper. And then we don't need Tulin Valas. And then artifacts, I will probably use Skull Clamp in this deck. I guess no, if I make artifacts not able to be activated, then I can never flip my incubate tokens. So yeah, we're not going to do Kataki or Null Rod or Stony. Static Orb gone, Spirit gone, Sphere gone. Rule of Law, we want less non-creatures. Let's get rid of Armageddon. Canes out of here. Cursed Totem out of here. Dothy's not really necessary. We can get rid of that. And then we've got Norn, Aether Sworn, Glow Rider, Oppo Agent. I would not play Aven if I already have Oppo Agent. Get rid of Planar Void. This depends on how many ETB triggers I have, but it's probably fine. Tabernacle, get that out of here. And then we've got all our ramp. You can probably go pretty low on this. Mox Opal is going to be online because of this guy. And then we've got Smothering Tide, get out of here. Let's see. Duress, Galadriels, get Galadriels out. Defense Grid. Silence, Ranger Captain. Then we've got 3 Moms and 2 Hand Disrupt plus Imp's Mischief. Yawgmoth. Spirit of Reprieve. And I'm not going to play Monavol. I could play Dark Ritual, but Dark Ritualing into this doesn't even seem that good. Get rid of that. Then a bunch of card draw has to go. So Adnaz, Bolus' Citadel, Black Market Connections, Disciple, Ix is fine. And Trouble in Pairs, Pier, get rid of Pier, get rid of Necrodom, get rid of Mystic. Skull Clamp, I'll have to evaluate based on how many creatures I wind up with that can use it. We're still going to cut a lot of this stuff, and then like get rid of Cradle, Brimaz. We're in Orzhov, so we have to get rid of Tarn, Misty, and blue and red, blue, green. We got that. Green and red, Wooded Foothills. 30 lands, that's fine. Thoughtseize in EDH? Yeah, it's for, because we just need more protection. I would prefer it not to be Thoughtseize, but, like, there's not another Mom. If there was a fourth Mom, I would run that. If there was a 1-mana permanent that gave Hexproof. Is there a 1-mana permanent that gives Hexproof? Hang on, let me check. Black and white, CMC equals 1. It's not an instant, not a sorcery, and it says Hexproof, or Shroud, I guess. Skrelv, and then this is only one for one turn. What about Protection? Mom Giver, this you have to spend a mana to activate it, and I guess Benevolent Bodyguard. But it's still just a one-off even there, because you have to sack it. That one's debatable. Is Gix really that good? It gives draw to your opponents too. Does it? Isn't it just you? Whenever a creature deals combat damage to one of your opponents, it's oh. Well then. I did not realize this was a symmetrical effect. Alright, get out of here, Gix. Do I have to reevaluate any of my other decks due to that? Commander only. Gix. Dogmoth. Praetor. The only two decks I have it in are Yawgmoth and Crick. Okay, it's fine. Thank you for pointing that out. Gladriel's Dismissal. I want to skirt around spells if possible because of our taxing effects. But these have different uses than just the protection. We need to get through counter spells, and the only way we really have to do that is either Grand Abolisher, or we'd have to like cast Silence on our opponents, or Defense Grid. In which case, I would prefer to just point Duress or Thoughtseize at the blue player and take their counter spell. And then these have additional uses where we can like take people's combo pieces or whatever. So that's why I like them. I wouldn't generally play them, but there are decks where things like Duress and Thoughtseize are actually good. I even have decks where I have Inquisition of Kozilek in them. Imp's Mischief, we can probably get rid of this one. The Deadly Rollick, get out of here. Stroke of Midnight. Get out of here. Fence Grid and white, can't you just play Grand Abolisher? I want more than one copy of the same effect. So what if I don't have Grand Abolisher? I want another one. Because I want Brimaz to resolve. And all of our other stuff too, but yeah, mainly that. All right, Alter the Wretched, get that out of here. Bob is okay. Let's see, we can get rid of Necro probably. What do you think of Myral? Too expensive. You always wind up having multiple of these Rule of Law effects, and Eidolon of Rhetoric winds up being the worst one, so let's get rid of that. The rest of this is probably fine, as is this. Okay, so we're not at 109 cards. What are we actually at? We're at 89. All right, so now we need to start adding in the Phyrexian / artifact creatures. First, let's just go grab all the Phyrexian creatures. So I know Merconvert's going to be one of them. Well, it's just an artifact creature as well, right? So that's fine. And then we can play... This triggers whenever we do that. So let's add ramp and then selectively trim a bunch of these cards. So get rid of this. Get rid of all the... Oh, Grim Hireling's good. Heartless out. It has to be an artifact creature specifically, right? Yeah, so get rid of all the colorless rocks. And possibly marble and charcoal diamond. It depends on how many we wind up with. Mindstone out. Amber out. Opal, Thornthopter, Signet, Smothering Tide, get that out of here. Thought Vessel, get that out of here. And then we're at 21. We can go lower than that, especially because we're running stacks. So let's get rid of... Belwar and Arcane are the best ones, so not those. So let's get rid of... the Diamond and Cold Steel, and... we're probably going to have enough artifacts for Mox Opal regardless of what we do, so let's not do those ones. Ball Ring, Plaguemur, Talisman's fine. Orzhov Signet's probably cuttable. Yeah, that's all fine. Sack Outlet. And this Sack Outlet only works specifically with Phyrexians. What a jip there. All right, well, still going to wind up cutting a lot of this stuff over the course of the game. So let's add in all of the type Phyrexian. Find all the best Phyrexians. Isn't Gix a Phyrexian? Oh, that's why. That's part of the reason I wanted him, right? Yeah, Gix Yawgmoth. So I did actually want him. Because he's a Phyrexian. Gotcha. Shieldred. We can definitely add Shieldred. Mondrak is tokens in general, right? Just any tokens? Sure. Mondrak. Bignorn, probably not. This one's fine. How many of our own ETB triggers do we have? We've got Witch Enchanter, Skyclave Lauren. Is that it? Types. Oh no, we've got Enduring Innocence, Mentor, and Welcoming Vampire. That's 6. That's still a little on the low side, but probably fine. I'm good with that. Then what else do we have? The Bignorn, nah, not. Ellis Ilkor, whenever another creature enters, you gain 1. Whenever another creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1. Is there a loop that we can do with Brimaz? Let's just look that up really fast. Brimaz, Blight of Oreskos. Find the combo. No combos. Really? Alright. These are all expensive. Let's cut out the really, really expensive ones. CMC 4 or less. 12, which is also already an artifact. Then there's the, yeah, the Mana Dork ones. We proliferate, right? Proliferate. So potentially Iker Rats. That could be a way to win. Iker Rats. Varan is a Phyrexian. I don't know how much eating of my own Phyrexian creatures I'm even going to do. We're not even going to have that many Phyrexian creatures, although the incubate tokens are Phyrexians, right? Yeah. We still have to flip them. So let's see. Cost reduction effects. Heartstone doesn't work because they're not creatures yet, so that doesn't reduce the costs. I can't think of anything that reduces the cost to activate an artifact in Orzhov. Soulless Jailer is a pretty bad stacks piece. We have Censor. Provoker's bad. Black Spells equals Menace. No. Then most of the rest of this stuff sucks, right? Hex Parasite, we're not using for anything. Metastatic Evangel to proliferate, so we proliferate our incubate tokens. Sure. Metastatic Evangel. Oh, this one puts counters on everything. And sack stuff, so that seems to be a natural fit. Filigree Vector. I guess I could play Steel Overseer too, right? How many creatures do we have that are specifically our artifact creatures? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 only plus our incubate guys. Okay, that's not good enough. Although we're gonna add more, but that does not strike me as being worthwhile. And then the rest of this is probably not worth running. Yeah, okay, we can move on from here. So then instead of Phyrexians, we want specifically artifact creatures. Roaming Throne to get more triggers. Get more incubates and more death equals proliferating. That one's a maybe. Roaming Throne. And we got Foundry Inspector to reduce the costs, but again, it's not enough of our deck that's an artifact, right? There's 14 plus some amount of creatures, so that's like 20-something. Manufactor does not work with our commander. We already have Ornithopter. Palladiumer is also not a card I want to run. Crawler. Liberator, also no. I have Goldmer in here, right? Where's Ramp? Yeah, Goldmer's good. I have all the Monodorks. We got all of those. Got Aethersworn. Killer Engine, I can't think of a reason I want that. Codsworth is only auras and equipment, yeah. Okay, what about sack outlets? So, we have to sack specifically Phyrexians. How many actual Phyrexians do we have? And I assume most of them we don't want to sacrifice, right? Phyrexians. So we have 11 Phyrexians. Basically wouldn't want to sack most of this stuff. That feels like a bonus. Also, how many of our guys are clampable? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, Filigree doesn't count. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That's enough. Skull Clamp. Oh, we already have Skull Clamp. Never mind. Okay, X is the spell's mana value. Are there affinity creatures here? Probably, right? Affinity. I don't think just making a big thing alone is worthwhile, but, I play like Mycosynth Golem. How low does this have to be where I'm actually willing to pay for it? 3 mana? So we have to have 8 worth of artifacts before I'm willing to pay for this. And the 7s are okay. Furbished Familiar, so we make a 4/4 incubation, and the ability's decent enough. Myco, Synth, Golem, and Refurbished Familiar. I don't want the 7s, I don't think, because they just don't do anything. Whereas the Golem at least gives all of our other stuff affinity. Or count that. 101. Alright, what does Rex say? Brimaz Light. I probably need a sack outlet of some kind, right? We don't have a single one of those right now. I guess, no, we've got Yawgmoth. Preferably something that sacks straight up artifacts and not just artifact creatures, so we can turn our incubate tokens into value without having to flip them first. There's a Marionette Apprentice, which will also trigger off of losing artifacts, right? And then what sacks artifacts? Mr. Sea Carrion Feeder, Phyrexian Altar, Ashnod's Altar are all creatures. Tarian's Journal can sack artifacts, but only one at a time, although that's probably fine. Tarian's Journal. Sacrifice and artifact. Not a one-off effect. And 3 or less. Grinding Station, Throne of Geth, Ravager. Go find a construct. None of these are that good. I guess KCI on 4 would be one option, but then we don't have anything to do with the mana. And then there's some of them that are going to say sacrifice another artifact. Sacrifice another artifact, draw a card for Chronomancer, so it's kind of like Tarian's Journal. All right, Chronomancer. And the rest of it's not worth having, right? Yeah. All right, what does EDH Rex say we should add? Got all this already, most of it, and then the stuff we don't have, I don't want. Enters the battlefield, Phyrexians you control gain menace. It's a Phyrexian Lord. Sacrifice an artifact or creature, return this from the grave to the battlefield. Definitely don't care about that. For this, we have Censor, Massacre Worm, Bartolome. While he does sacrifice artifacts, he doesn't get anything out of them that I care about. Caretaker's Talent, so that every time we make an artifact, we draw a card, but it is 3 mana. So it's essentially the equivalent of like the Enduring Innocence type cards, except those trigger on every single creature versus whereas this one only triggers on specifically artifact creatures, and it only triggers when we already have our commander in play. Sacrifice another creature or artifact, incubate. No. What does this one do? Whatever source an opponent controls deals damage to your permanent you control. The source loses 2 unless they pay 1. Back 3 other creatures specifically. Okay, no to that. Too expensive. ETB, incubate. No. So it's all the incubate stuff. I guess technically we do have the ability to cast sweepers and then retain our incubate tokens. But we also have like a bunch of creatures, including our commander, so I don't think that's the route we want to go. Light Titan, 6 mana. I'm going to ignore most of these things that are this expensive. Elves, Overseer. They do have LSL Core as well. Roaming Throne got that. Whenever you proliferate, each opponent loses 2 and you gain 2. Bone Shredder's a Phyrexian? Huh. Interesting. I guess that fits in the deck. It's obviously inefficient, but sure. Bone Shredder, and that's a removal spell. Got Merconvert. Dies Proliferate. Not going to play huge, expensive Shieldred. Sack 3 other artifacts or creatures. Look at the top 3. Put 2 of them into your hand and the other into your graveyard. So it converts our excess incubate tokens into 2 more cards. It's also real expensive to use that ability, though. Yeah, I'm not really interested in that. Vran, I looked at before. I don't think we're interested in that either. Rivnod? We don't have enough Phyrexians for the proliferate mode to matter. Mainly, we are going to go off of the make incubate tokens mode. There's Gix, there's Plegmer. Yeah, moving it along here. What would it take for aggro to be a relevant archetype in the format? Aggro is a relevant archetype, but you need stacks alongside of it. So unless you mean aggro without stacks. What would it take for aggro to be relevant? You would need creatures or other effects that damage the opponents, but let's just say creatures that are absolutely huge for their cost. Like, enormous. So, the closest card that we have for that right now is like Serra Ascendant, a 1-mana 6/6 flyer, right? After that, there's nothing else that's really like an enormous creature for little. The next closest cards are things like Mana Gorger Hydra and Torian Mauler that are 3-mana 1/1s that then get counters for every spell. So when you pass the turn, all of your opponents are going to cast at least 1 spell. So they're basically 3-mana 4/4s that then get bigger over the course of the game. They would just need to be huge. Like, you know, let's say, you know, Lightning Bolt is what? 1 mana for 3 damage, which is a 1/7 of a player's life total. So if you have the combined 120 life total of your opponents, then you need to, divide by 7? So you'd need like 1 mana to deal 17 damage. So that's basically the equivalent that you need. Or rather than a creature that is like really, really big, you need more effects that say when this creature hits one opponent, it hits all of your other opponents for that same amount of damage. There's a few cards that are like that, but they're basically none of them are good. Kedis is the closest one, but that one is specifically like you play Kedis and then you have your other commander and then that commander hits everybody. There's all these spells. This is all whatever. I don't know why Victimize. Infectious Inquiry, so you can give Infect. Between Infectious Inquiry and Ichor Rats, this is obviously better because it draws a card, but we're running taxing effects, and therefore I don't want spells when I have creatures that'll do the same thing, although I could run both, I suppose. Or there's Pheresis Outbreak, that's the other one. Alright, utility artifacts. Alright, the germ tokens are Phyrexians. But the equipment don't incubate, because they're not creatures. Regardless, I don't think there's any living weapons that are good for our deck. Metal Cyst is kind of close, but not that either. Enchantments. Ooh, Skrelv's Hive makes a Phyrexian Might token every turn. Alright, Skrelv's Hive. ETB Incubate, Phyrexian sits +1. Nah. At the beginning of your end step, if one or more creatures died this turn, you gain that much life and distribute that many +1 counters. Nope. Norn's Decree. Whenever one or more creatures, they have to attack me, right? Deals damage to you? Nope. Pointed Procession. Mondrak's good enough. And it's not a... and it's a creature instead of a non-creature. Black Market Connections makes a Shapeshifter, which is a Phyrexian creature, but it doesn't trigger anything otherwise. Alrighty then. I think we're good on that front, so let's head back to Brimaz. Let's start cutting stuff. So I only have to cut 6 cards, right? All right, this is a 10 bajillion creatures. Let's get rid of Mindblade Render and Trouble in Pairs. And Tokazi is welcome. Possibly Mangara can go too. Our ramp at 17 stacks. I'm probably not cutting any of this. Removal. Bone Shredder, Fragment, Lauren, Skyclave, Snuff Out. Let's get rid of Snuff Out. And let's add Ruthless Lawbringer. How good's Yawgmoth? I guess our commander proliferates, right? So, and Yawgmoth proliferates. Okay, I'm fine with that then. And there's Metastatic, Refurbish, Skrelv's Hive. I think I'm good with all those, and we just need to get rid of 3 things. So, as cute as Mycosynth Golem is, probably we're just never going to do anything relevant with this, so let's just take that out. Section, all that stays. Ramp, we can get rid of like 1 card maybe from here. Probably don't want to, though. What do you think of the new white 2-mana enchantment that has a Thalia effect and then ramps you? Don't remember the name. I know the one you're talking about. That one's not good because it sacrifices itself after your opponent does it 3 times or casts 3 non-creature spells. So the taxing effect doesn't actually stick around. That's the issue with it. Let's get rid of Mangara and 101. We don't have a combo per se, but we do have just like the ability to beat down. I'm considering Trinisphere as the cut. It's not that. We can get rid of 1 of our non-creature artifact ramp spells. It would be Talisman of Hierarchy, I guess. All right, let's get rid of Talisman. Is 4 mana Mangara that much worse than Trouble in Pairs? Yes. Trouble in Pairs triggers off of 2 different relevant things. Mangara only triggers off 1 of them. All right, I think that does it. So there's no combo per se, unless I can find one. No combos in the deck. We can get a combo if we add, well, Gristlebrand's not legal, so... Wait, what? Did I miss an announcement? Did Gristlebrand get unbanned? Because that's a horrible idea. Commander banned list. Approach. Ridiculous Excavation, Knowledge Pool. What do you think of anthems? I think they're usually bad. Anthem usually means permanent effect that gives +1, right? But it can apply to others. But +1 is not good enough. You need a lot more than +1. Been sucking in all of your knowledge in the past few days. Indeed, here is my brain. You may have it. Commander ban list. In the past week, I guess. I feel like I would have heard if they unbanned that stuff. Oh, this is the ley line ban announcement. EDH banned list. This is modern. Where's EDH? Gonna be commander. Yeah. Now Gristlebrand's still here. Don't know why Spellbook is showing me Gristlebrand as one of the pieces. All right. So yeah, this deck doesn't have a specific combo in it. It's more just like generate value with Brimaz, so... Make incubate tokens, and then if Phyrexians ever die, proliferate. Not like a ton of good stuff on this guy, but it's decent enough. And then the rest of the deck is just like beat down with stacks cards to keep the opponent in check. A pretty good amount of card draw, some of which sacks artifacts, which can be including like all of these incubate tokens that we're making, so we don't have to pay to flip them over. Protection for our stuff. We've got like some decent things. We can also have one of Iker Rats to ETB, give everybody a poison counter, and then we can proliferate the poison on all of our opponents. We can like beat, and then like Shieldred counts as beat down. Filigree Vector can put counters on everything. So this seems decent enough. Yeah, this seems decent enough. All right, and then we had a request from Chris to build Anax. So, first of all, okay, Brimaz. What's the description for this? Incubate tokens. Use them for value or beats. Sometimes proliferate. Brimaz. Here's the link. What do you think of Keen Duelist? At the beginning of your upkeep, you and target opponent each reveal the top card of your library. You each lose life equal to the mana value of the card revealed by the other player. You each put the card you revealed into your hand. I think this card's horrible because it allows your opponent to draw cards. Like, Dark Confidant is often not good enough to make the cut. This is a amazingly worse version of that. All right, Anax. Hardened in the Forge. So, starter kit, then add in the one color mana base, then get rid of this. We're mono red, so we're definitely playing stacks cards. And let's do card draw, and then protection for Anax, I guess is fine. And we're going to want some beatdown. Some beatdown. All right then, that's a bunch of stuff. Vault, not wanting that. Ramp. Sure. But we're gonna cut a lot of this. Alright, I can't think of a reason why I would need fetch lands, so let's get rid of that. This. Nixos stays. This is maybe... Rid of this and this and this, and Shatter Skull Smashing. I don't want to play that. And Shinka. That's fine. Urborg, and fetch, fetch, fetch. And then add mountains. Let's add 21. So now we have 30 lands. Then on this front, all right, Taurian Mauler is not something I want. Razorkin Needlehead, possibly. We're going to be spamming tokens out, right? Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, create a 1/1 satyr that can't block. If the creature had power 4 or greater, create 2 of those tokens instead. Martin Stromgald specifically has to get bigger. That's fine. Magebane Lizard, Krenko. Flail, get out of here. Eldrazi Monument is exactly what we want. Berserker's Onslaught, Agate Instigator. Those are all fine. Burnout and Tyabelxx Trickery are okay for this deck. Mystic Forge, we're not doing that. Skull Clamp, obviously great. Fence Grid, Greaves. Yeah, Greaves is fine. And then Bolt Bend, we'll see minimum 2, probably higher. Ricochet. Okay, we've got Brazen Collector, 23 lands. What are we getting rid of? We want lots of creatures in this deck, so we want to get rid of, again, the rocks that only produce colorless and don't do anything else. So Chalice. Liquimetal Torque sometimes stays in because we have artifact shattering effects that we can use. Get rid of Mind Stone. Get rid of Thought Vessel. Are those every one of them? I think that's all of them. Facebreaker stays, and then we got all the creatures and Amber. All right, stacks. Blood Moon, yes. Cursed Totem. No, we have to get rid of that because of our artifact creatures. From the Ashes, good. Impending Disaster, bad. Magus, good. Null Rod, bad. Ruination, good. Sphere, bad. Static Orb, bad. Tabernacle, bad. Thorn, bad. Torpor Orb. I usually wind up having cards that make this not viable, so get rid of this. Trinisphere, Winter Moon in, Winter Orb out. I just hope Embercleave makes sense in this deck. It probably does not. What would that do? It would mean... So this plus Embercleave is 2 devotion, or 4 devotion, plus whatever else we have. I don't think we're going the Voltron 1 guy route. I think we're going the stack outlet equals make tokens and then go wide route. Let's do Impact Tremors. Impact Tremors or Porphyros? I don't know. Something like that. Impact Tremors, Porphyros. Isn't there another one that's at 3 mana? It's Impact, Agate, Porphyros. I can't think of another one. Vandal Blast. All right, what's our card count? We have 83. Got Skull Clamp. I want to find either creatures that are naturally power 4+ at cheap rates, or creatures that are just things that pump creatures. So ID is red, and then it is a creature. It has power greater than or equal to 4, and its costs or less, I guess. Combat Celebrant. Combat Celebrant. When they die for any reason, right? Another non-token creature you control dies, make a 1/1. Yeah. Chaos Dragon. It just hits people at random, right? Yeah. Gadrak. End step, create a treasure token for each non-token creature that died this turn. And we're not doing it that much. Whenever a player casts a spell, if it's not their turn, deal 4 to them. Bone Crusher. I don't imagine we're going to find much here that's actually worthwhile. Just can't gain life. Yeah, nothing much here. So the other option is each creature or creatures get plus. MC is 3 or less. Actually, that's not true. 4 or less. Garenbrig, many actual artifacts do I have? 18, no, 17 in here plus more elsewhere. Yeah, I'm not going to bother with Shinka, actually. Let's just get rid of that. I don't think this. Creatures have haste, legends have +1/0, not heraldic. Don't care about that stuff. I guess let's just say +1, 4. Oh, wait, no, that's exactly. Flash +1. All right, +1/+0. All creatures get +X, where X is equal to the number of time counters, which is on upkeep. Okay, so not that. So then instead of that, let's just say +1 slash and cost 2 or less. Haze of Rage, Bushwhacker. Equipment. There's a color, but it's 4 total before we get that. Attacking creatures get +1/0. Am I willing to do that? I'm not willing to do that. Yeah, Rites of Initiation. We have, I guess we can technically blitz people with that, but there's better ways of doing it. Did I put Mercadia's Downfall in here? Yes, I did. All right, so instead of +1, let's say +2, and it can be as high as 4 mana. Each creature gets, or creatures. Tokens only with the haste. I don't want it to be one of anything. I guess, actually, I don't want it to be a temporary effect. So, not instant, not sorcery. I'm curious, where do you view your game knowledge if you had to compare other competitive players? I would say incredibly high, but it depends on what you mean by competitive, because there's different levels of competitive. There's really, really good at your local LGS. There's really, really good on the, you know, regional championship qualifier circuit, and then there's really good in terms of like actual pro level, pro tour, etc. And it depends on what you mean by knowledge. You mean like understanding the rules and heuristics of how to build decks and whatnot, or do you mean like actually being good at the game? Really good in terms of the Magic community across the world. I would say I'm in the upper echelons, but that doesn't necessarily mean much because there's tons of players. Like if I'm a, let's say, an A tier player, there's tons of A tier players and S players. There are even, you know, I know multiple people even in my real life who are better than me. Goblins only, slivers only. Okay, we're probably not getting much here. What about +3? If it's +3, I would be willing to have it be a temp effect. Dragons, attackers. All goblins get +3/0 until end of turn. And then kill all your goblins. I didn't even know this card existed. All right, +4 is probably not going to be. Okay, +X. So we already have pack attack, and then... Yeah, I didn't imagine I would find anything that I didn't already have. But this is enough beatdowns. And then I'm mainly interested in the sack outlets. What are the sack outlets in colorless? There's Alter Dementia, Ashnod's Phyrexian. Those are like the main ones, right? Sacrifice a creature, cost 3 or less. Ashnod's Phyrexian. Oh, Goblin Bombardment's interesting. Because I don't think we're doing any infinite mana stuff. Although if I'm sacking my guys so that I can generate tokens or do something else, I'm way more interested in generating red or colorless mana than I am in dealing 1 damage to something. I cannot imagine that Ashnod's / Phyrexian Altar are not going to be things that I want in this deck. Phyrexian Altar. And I probably don't want the rest of this unless there's a combo with it that I'm not seeing. What about sacrifice another creature? Get a counter, make this a 4/4, untap this guy. Okay, so nothing worthwhile here. I've been a subscriber since you were around 2K and have loved all your content. Primarily watched your modern videos and found them super informative, so thank you. Well, thank you very much. Glad to hear that. Did you consider Goblin Bombardment or did I miss it? I did consider it. I would rather pay one more to have access to Ashnod's and Phyrexian Altar, because I think the value of being able to sack things for mana is higher than the value of being able to deal 1 damage to something. But that's only if there's no combo to do. I imagine there's got to be some kind of a combo with Anax, right? One moment. I have defense grid, right? Yeah. All right, show me a combo with Anax. Anax, Hardened in the Forge. No combos. All right, what about from here, from this deck list? Paste, submit, refresh. Okay, none in the deck so far, and then it's a bunch of artifact bullshit with the altars, right? Yeah. Exodus plus the altars. So it's basically enters with 6 counters, remove a counter from it, remove a counter from it to put a +1 counter on itself. So wait, what is the exact combo here? Oh, and you need an Undying creature. So it's a 3-card combo. That's actually a reasonable guy. Gleeful Arsonist. What are the other ones? One's 3 mana. 3-card combo, none of which involve our commander. And one of which is a 6 mana creature. That sounds pretty bad. What else we got? Kuldotha Phoenix. Oh, there is one with Anax. Kuldotha Phoenix, Ashnods, and then you have to have Metalcraft, right? Okay, so basically, Ashnods sack Kuldotha. You make 2 mana, and then you need to sack one of the, and then you'll make 2 tokens, and then you sack one of those tokens, and then you bring Kuldotha back into play, and then you have infinite 1/1s, or infinite colorless, one or the other. Wait, no, I guess you get both in the end, right? Yeah. All right, so Kuldotha Phoenix. If we're doing this stuff with the altars, then we can put Goblin Engineer in here so we can weld those, so we can go grab them and weld them. And then what are the other ones? Squee and Bergie and Altar and Anax. So we would make a token. Okay, so Altar sacks the Squee. We have a red mana. We make a token. We sack the token. And then we cast, and then we have to have 1 mana, and then we cast Squee, and it triggers Bergie. So we get 3 mana total, so we always net even on mana, and it just loops infinite ETB death triggers. And so if we have a 4th piece, Impact Tremors or something, then we kill our opponents. But yeah, sure. So Squee, what is his name? The Immortal. Bergie. Bergie's just solid in this deck anyway, so that's fine. We already have Bergie. All right. Mirage Phalanx. As long as he's paired with another creature, each of them... Okay, so that goes infinite with Combat Celebrant. Riona with Combat Celebrant. Grinning Ignis plus Bergie for infinite that stuff. Sure. Grinning Ignis. So Ignis, Bergie, plus Impact Tremors or whatever. Is there another Agate Instigator thing that I'm missing? Agate... How does this exactly say? Whenever another creature you control enters. Oh, there's Alter the Brood. That's not damage, but it is infinite mill. And we can get it off Saga or Engineer. Alright, that works. CMC is 3 or less. Oh yeah, Roast Master. That's the other one I was forgetting. And Molten Gatekeeper. Ooh, Gatekeeper's an artifact, so we can weld it. Or get it back from... Yeah. Let's do Molten Gatekeeper. I'm going to deal infinite damage with any of these, so I don't actually care about how much it is. So let's get rid of Porphyros. Where's Porphyros? Didn't I add Porphyros in here? Where is he? Oh, I just have him in the wrong column. All right, get rid of Porphyros. Same deal here. Okay. And some win with Alter, Phyrexian Alter, and some win with Ashnod, so we have both of those. Let's see, if I have Imperial Recruiter, we probably need that too, because some of these combos involve Squee or Ignis. Dargo Alter plus another thing, Reiterate Jessica's Will. All right, here's where we're starting to get into the dregs, right? Yeah. I guess I could go Kiki, and I could also just put Dual Caster Mage in here too. That's simple enough. Dual Caster Mage. Molten Dupe. Kiki, Jiki. And what else are we doing? Probably need a little more interaction. So, a Braid. And we're 4 cards short of the finish. Combo piece. Yeah, so the fact that we need all these combos means I'm fine having 20 ramp. I was a little hesitant on this before because I thought maybe we were doing more beatdown stuff, but not really. All right, and then I'm not really sure what to add after that, so let's take a look at Rec and see what they say. Anax, Hardened. Sack a creature to impulse draw, but it costs you a mana. Thermopod is just more expensive than Alter, so no reason to use that. Fling, Hissing, whenever another creature dies. Nope, not relevant. Yeah, we got all this. I'm not using Bombardment because that's not part of any of the combos. Torbran, just as a way to... Well, it's triple red, plus it just increases our damage output. Maybe justifiable. Here, Torbran. Clamp we have, right? Yeah, Clamp we've got. I did think about Fanatic of Mogus. I just don't know how much this is going to deal. So we've got our Commander, we've got this, we've got presumably like one other thing in play. This would have to deal a ton of damage for me to want it, like 10 plus. And I don't think it's going to do that most of the time. The Filer things cost, basically red spells have Phyrexian and then you can deal 1, right? Not that. Prankster, we don't need that. Most of this stuff we don't need. Oh, Runaway Steamkin. We're not really storming. We have certain combos that involve this stuff, but not really storm. Warband is kind of like a +2/0, but better in some instances. Yeah, he also like functions with impact tremors and all of those effects as well. I have Facebreaker, right? Yeah, okay. Mogma. Most of this stuff I don't really care about. Yeah, like Chain Whirler, whatever. Kiki, we already have. Maybe sack a non-token permanent, make a spawn. I guess that enhances certain combos, although I don't know that it's necessary, but sure. Skittering Precursor. What does Spellbook have to say about that? Skittering Precursor. No combos that involve anything that we're doing. Okay. Instance, this is fine. We probably need a little bit more interaction because we don't have that much. I don't know, 6 removal spells, including the blasts, and then 2 counters. Might add Lightning Bolt. I guess we also have sack effects, so maybe Theft is worth it, like maybe Mob Rule. We can like Mob Rule, steal everyone's stuff, and then sack them all. Sure. Looting. We also have very, very little card draw, right? We basically got the backside of Bergie, the one-off effect from Jessica's Will, Skull Clamp, and the Ring, and that's it. Mass Mutiny is only 1 creature per player. And then all this, da-da-da. Crappy impulse draw stuff. All right, here's this. Hazoret's Monument to reduce the cost of red creatures. What's our creature count? And then we rummage, right? Yeah. We have 29 creatures, of which it's red creatures only, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Where's the Eldrazi god that we just added? Eight, so 21 creatures. It actually reduces the. Oh no, and not Ragavan. So 20 and not Razorkin. So 19. So it makes 1/5 of our deck cheaper, and then I don't really care about the rummage part that much. So yeah, let's not use that. Oh, Ruby Medallion. That we want. I always forget the medallions. And then the rest of this is not necessary. And then we've got enchantments. Basically, this stuff isn't necessary either. Planeswalkers, nope. All right. So yeah, that would seem to do it. Are we actually at 100? We are at 100. Are there any sagas used in EDH? Urza Saga. That's like the main one. Skittering. None of the combos involve skittering. Make a 5-color changeling deck. I don't know any good commanders for it. Morophon would be the commander for it. Hers is like the obvious one. I wish more cards were viable. Yeah, well, they're mostly not good because most sagas have to do with tempo. With tempo that is good in 1 versus 1, and it's not so much in EDH. All right, we're gonna have to end in probably 25 minutes. Like, we can't go longer than that because I have to pick somebody up. That should be enough time to finish out the requests. So yeah, basically Anax. We've got some beatdown stuff with like some burn effects and some cards that allow us to pump our team. Mercadia's Downfall, Pack Attack, Martin Stromgold, which is especially good when you pump it already with other things. Torbran, and then we've got like multiple impact tremor effects with Agate Instigator. We also have Berserker's Onslaught and Eldrazi Monument. And then we've got a bunch of combos that involve looping stuff with Anax and like sacrifice things. And specifically, these are the ones that are in our deck. So we have 7 combos that can just win the game. You can also like steal all of our opponent's stuff with mob rule, sack them all if we've got a sack outlet. We've got some stacks effects here that are basically asymmetrical because we have mostly mountains. Some protection, not a lot though, and then some removal spells. Goblin Engineer to help get some of our artifact combo pieces into the graveyard, and we've got Imperial Recruiter. Where's our tutors? Imperial Recruiter, which can fetch up a number of different combo pieces, including Squee, Kiki Jiki, Grinning Ignis, Dual Caster. Is it crazy? I don't like my commander decks with infinite combos. You are not crazy. Many players do not like that. I personally also do not tend to like my commander decks to have infinite combos, but a lot of the time I balance that dislike against the dislike of having my deck be much, much worse. And usually that winds up winning out. There's a lot of decks, for example, where you can easily just slot in Thor Console Oracle and your deck becomes, you know, on a hypothetical point scale, it becomes like 2 points better just having that combo in it. There's also lots of decks where there's literally just no good win condition other than to put a combo in it. All right, we had our quest for Maha. What was it? Let me pull the wheel up so that we've got this recorded. We had a Maha, build Maha and build 5-color changelings, right? This loaded yet? Okay, here we go. It keeps resetting. Why does this keep resetting? All right. Edward, Enigma, Cube. Maha. 5-color changeling. Requested by Potion 5. And Galen requested the changeling. Galen. All right. So yeah, we're good here with Anax. Let's copy that into the chat. Anax, there's the link. So next up is Maha. I want to time this, although I'm not specifically trying to make it super fast. Maha, this one. Maha, no. Oh, this one. Maha, it's Feathers Knight. That's the one you're referring to. So 5 mana, flying trample, ward, discard a card. Creatures your opponents control have base toughness 1. All right. There's a couple of cards I know immediately that are going to be in this. So 1 color mana base. We need to protect Maha, so protection. Gonna want ramp to get to our 5 mana commander. We're monocolor, so Jet Medallion. Opponents have base toughness 1. All right, Bowmasters is obviously a good inclusion. We can Deluge for X equals 1, I suppose, but there's other ones. Fix these lands up. So let's see, Monovault, Dark Ritual. Did I add ramp in here? No, I did. Where's yeah, Grim Monolith. Be in here. And then we're going to cut the off-color fetches. So get rid of this. Get rid of the multicolor stuff. That one. This one. Nixos? Probably not, but we'll come back to that if that's a problem. Karn. Definitely don't need Shizo. Or Takanuma. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Okay. Then we're at 16. So add in 14 swamps. We've got this, and this. Necro dominance. I should just add card. Cut selectively. Card draw. Boom. Ad nauseum. Is this an ad nauseum deck? Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. Altar of the Wretched. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of... Now, Black Market's fine. Bob. Bob's fine. Disciple. Get rid of this. Get rid of... Probably not a Gix deck. Get rid of that. Get rid of Mystic Forge. Get rid of Pier. We're not a Gix deck. We're probably also not a Skull Clamp deck. I don't know. We'll come back to that. Get rid of Yawgmoth. Get rid of... That's okay. We're almost certainly not going to be an ad nause deck. Let's just get rid of that. And we've got this stuff. That's fine. Then we've got all the things that minus. So we don't want creatures because we're going to play mass minusing effects. So let's get rid of Milliken, Monacan, Leadenmer, Hedron Crawler, Grim Hireling, and then this one. And let's see, Heartless Summoning might be a card that I play. Depends on how many other creatures I wind up running, but I'm probably going to be very creature light, if anything. And we can probably afford, let's see, not Deadly Rawlook, but we can afford, do I have Mox Amber? Yeah, get rid of that. And I can afford to play, we need some removal spells because we do need to be able to kill like Drannith Magistrate, for example, before Maha appears. Cavern of Souls just for the commander? Yep. Cavern of Souls is in like 99% of my decks. Okay, we have 16 ramp, including Heartless Summoning. So let's see. Oh, Cabal Coffers is one of our lands, so that means we need to be 1 higher. You think you would be able to build a budget Preston the Vanisher deck? Probably. Preston. Budget. Requested by Luca. Okay. This is going to be the last deck of the day because I have to get going soon. All right, we're going to want advanced search, slash -1, and then we're going to want, it has to be in black and less than or equal to 2. I guess we could also play, we could play Pestilence. Mm-hmm. 46 results. That's not what I wanted. All right. Do it via Scryfall. So, ID black. And then it says, each creature or creatures get slash -1. DMC 2 or less. What's that Karvek as well? Karvek. Karvek, right? Karvek the Spiteful? Yeah, this one. Other creatures get -1. There's also Knight of Soul's Betrayal. This is a Curse of Death's Hold, but I don't want to only apply to one player. I want it to apply to everybody. Been seeing you brew all day. Very committed, and I love your insight. Thank you, Luca. Thank you for spending your time. Thank you, Potion 5. Yeah, I have to pick up my dad, who's just come back from a 4 to 5 day bicycle cyclothon thing. So he's going to be back in like an hour. So I got to leave before then. Wait, what? Each creature or creatures get -1 CMCs less than 2. How is... Shouldn't Nausea and those types of cards also be appearing as a result of this? -1. Is the slash messing it up? No, it's not. All creatures get -1. How is that not showing up in the search? CMC less than or equal to 2. Each creature or creatures get -1. Okay, I don't know why that didn't show up before. Nausea, Shrivel. Although by the time we get Maha out, I probably don't even want those effects, right? I was thinking I want them, but actually in hindsight, I never want to go Maha, wait an entire turn, then do it. Let's just do Knight of Souls and Karvek and just always have that be active, right? So, let's say 3 mana, and I don't want it to be temporary, so... Actually, it can either say -1 or it can say -X. Or 2, I guess. Or -2. Let's cover all of our bases. And then not an instant and not a sorcery. I think there was both all or each cards. Yeah, I must have messed up the syntax somewhere. Plague Engineer is only specific type. This is only on ETB. Enters or attacks, putting -1 counter on target creatures your opponents control with -1 counters on them. No, okay, not that. Plague Mir. This is other creatures you control get -1, so not that. Plague is type only, and then a bunch of these are only one-off effects. I don't think there's too many effects that do this, right? There's Karvek Knight, and then there's Curse of Death's Hold, and then I don't think there's really much after that. Bane of the Living is a one-off. When Shambling Swarm is put into a graveyard, no. There's battlefield target creature, no. One off. All right, let's do Pestilence. That way, at the very least, we can... Although it's going to be hard to get Pestilence on the board prior to having Maha on the board, because we need a creature to be on the board before then. I guess creatures can be on our opponent's side of the board before then, and then we cast Maha and then activate Pestilence. And then Maha sticks around. We really just don't have protection for Maha, do we? We've got, yeah, Duress, Imp's Mischief, Thoughtseize, and Lightning Greaves. Let's add Inquisition. When you're in mono black, it gets really dicey. Inquisition of Kozilek is another one we can do. We're gonna need ways of hitting non-creature stuff, so Feed the Swarm, Withering, Torment. Oh, I forgot to get rid of Plaguemur. Yeah, get rid of Plaguemur. Guardless Summoning is good, except for that it kills Bowmasters. But otherwise... And Bob. Let's get rid of Bob. How many creatures do we actually have? We have Hervek, Mindblade Render, which also doesn't work under our permanent -2, so let's get rid of that. Oppo, Bowmasters, and Ornithopter of Paradise. We don't actually need Ornithopter of Paradise. We can... We can play colorless rocks, I suppose. We have 14. We're going to need more than that. Oh, we've got Charcoal Diamond. Okay, so it needs to be type Artifact, and it needs to say... add colorless. And cost 2. And be in black. Ebonfly, Power Stone, Guardian Idol. Obsidian Obelisk. Planar Atlas, Prismatic Lens, and Iron Crag. That's all of them, right? Yeah, that's all. Cloak. About 5. That's going to be Curse of the Deathhold, right? Yeah, Massacre Girl. Cool. Doomwake Giant is creatures your opponents control, but we have to play enchantments to trigger this. All non-zombies get -1. That's only a one-off. Harvester is also a one-off, as is Kagamaru. This only applies to one player. Creatures target player controls get -1. I would be willing to pay more, I suppose, if it's permanent and good. Like Massacre, Demon, and Ascendant Evankar. Pretty close to what I want here. All right, let's do Ascendant Evankar. And then what else we got? Creatures. When it attacks, 5 things get -1. Enters with flying. Okay, so that's basically it. For fun, can you give me an option for like 2 planeswalkers? In what context? That commander would be fun to see if it was non-flying or all creatures, but they went so hard opponents' creatures. Yeah. I'm sorting by negative toughness, but technically I have damage, right? So, again, not instants or sorceries because I don't want these to be one-offs, although I would be willing to do it if they were cantrips. But let's just say CMC is 3 or less, 4 or less. Actually, I guess I don't care. Deals damage creature. Each creature or creatures. Pestilence, Crypt Rats kills itself. Oh, did I cut Ornithopter? I did cut Ornithopter, right? Yeah, I cut Ornithopter. Okay, yeah. Pestilence, There's not going to be anything in here, is there? Yeah, Pestilence Demon at like a bajillion. Beginning of your upkeep, deal 1 damage to each creature and each player. When it dies, okay, Plague Spitter? Sure. Plague Spitter, although once again, that doesn't work well with Heartless Summoning, but sure. Sweeper. Maybe I just abandon Heartless Summoning because there's too many things that it works poorly with. I wind up abandoning it a lot as a result of that. The only benefit it's giving me is that I can cast Maha faster. It's like it's another Mono Rock, basically. Very good one, though. And it lets me cast Opposition Agent faster. But then Opposition Agent dies to our sweeping effects. All right, let's get rid of that. And then that means I can put Ornithopter back in the deck. Ornithopter of Paradise. And then that means we actually have too much ramp, eh? Whisper Silk Cloak to protect. That one's just bad, right? I'll get to Hexproof Shroud stuff in a bit. Okay. Alright, so nothing there. Actually, let's change the mana values to 3 or less. Cannon land has tap. This land deals 1 damage to each creature and each player. Interesting. Alright. Noxious Field. Vermin, Withering. Tap and untap Swamp, deal 1 damage to target creature or player. Sacrifice 4. Sacrifice it unless you sacrifice 4 other creatures. Should have read that part first. This deck should have stacks in it. Let's do stacks. All right. We have some card draw, so Chains is out. Cursed Totem will interact negatively with Ornithopter of Paradise, but that's fine. We can cut that. Plague Spitter's a trigger. And that's it, basically? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Let's cut Ornithopter and then keep Cursed Totem in. Dothy, that's... If we're killing everything... There's some argument to be made to exile them, but I don't think that matters that much. So let's get rid of Dothy, and then obviously we can't play Null Rod. Planar Void, Sphere, Static. Tabernacle is basically just doing redundant of what we already have. And then Thorn. Torpor Orb will stop Orcish Bowmasters from triggering the first time. But otherwise, it doesn't stop anything that we're doing in our deck, so I'm fine with that. And then get rid of Trinisphere, and then Winter Orb, and then Winter Moon mostly doesn't negatively affect us. Oh, do I have Phyrexian Tower in here? Let's get rid of that. So it basically affects Saga, which dies anyway. It affects Vault, Urborg, Cabal Coffers, but that can be the one card that we untap with it. And then Fell the Profane if we play that as a land, and then Ancient Tomb and Nykthos. Oh, we're not going to play Nykthos in this deck. So it doesn't affect that much, yeah. So Winter Moon's good. And then let's look up CMC, blah, 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 and then it needs to say creature, and then it needs to say hexproof or shroud or protection. Swiftfoot Boots, I might actually run just because we don't have a lot of options for protecting Maha, so sure, Swiftfoot Boots. Don't care about Shadow Spear. Yeah, Cloak is just more expensive than we want. Greaves we have. Commander's Plate, more expensive than we want. Plaza of Heroes, not necessary. Bunch of Swords. This is only for 1 turn. Yeah, mostly nothing that we can do to protect our guy. Same thing with like Smoke Bomb, same deal. All right, what's our card count? It is 84. Wow, we have a lot of room. Beseech the Mirror. You run Malakir Rebirth. No. I don't think we need any of those effects. Alright, what does Rex say? I'm at a loss for what to add other than just like generic good stuff cards at this point. So, yeah, Karvek Knight. This one's a one-off. I guess you can draw cards otherwise. Massacre Worm. Whenever creature and opponent dies, if its toughness was less than 1, draw a card. right, that's good. So Massacre Girl, Renowned Killer. Or Known Killer, whatever it's called. Obsolete. I don't want any of these temp ones. Or, I guess Nightclubber draws a card, right? Because if you blitz it... Sure. Nightclubber. Sweeper, Cantrip. Black Sun, nope. Not any of these one-ofs. We have Jet Medallion, right? Crypt Gas, don't care. Blood Artist. I mean, sure, but then once you do the thing where everyone's stuff dies, they're not going to keep playing stuff, so you're not going to have done that much damage to them to begin with, so I don't think we want Blood Artist. Black Market, like, once we get Maha in play, we don't really have that much stuff to even, like, ramp to. I guess we can just play the stupid combo. Sensei's Divining Top, Aether Flux Reservoir. Why not? Easy enough to slot into the deck. Pestilence, got that. Morbid Opportunist is only triggering once each turn. Most of the time, we're going to just kill everything. So we're going to draw a card off of it. So that doesn't seem great either. Gary, just for the lulls. Not really. If a creature opponent controls would die, exile it. Beginning of upkeep, put all creatures exiled with it onto the battlefield under control. They gain Decayed. All right, Gisa, sure. Gisa, whatever the heck it's called. Glorious Resurrector. Plaguemur, Conrad, Evankar, we got that. We got Plague Spitter. Bane Ripper, whenever a creature dies, target opponent loses 2, you gain 2 now. Why Slasher of all things? Just because it's a generically good card. Beginning of your upkeep, put a -1 counter on each non-black creature. Yeah, that works well too. Midnight Banshee. Yeah, we need to start wrapping this up. It's too close to when I need to leave. Necroskitter, whenever creature opponent controls -1 counter on it dies, you may return that card to the battlefield under control. Yep, Necroskitter. I should have looked up all of the when a creature with -1 counters on it. Well, actually, no, that's a counter, right? That's not specifically -1 period. The only thing that we have that gives counters is Banshee. Everything else is just a -1 effect. There's Yawgmoth, but we don't have a lot of creatures to sack with it. Type. Let's put this... Where's Necroskitter? Temporarily away. Swamp equals draw or damage. That's fine. Red Presence. There's the dinosaur. Give an opponent a thing whenever a creature... No. Dothy. I guess I could just put Dothy back in the deck. Goldred. How generic. Goldred the Apocalypse. Dothy. I imagine I'm not going to find much else. Soul Snuffers. Put a -1 counter on each creature. Nope. Bloodletter... Also not really relevant to what we're doing. Slumlord, Doomwake. How much enchantments do we have? I doubt that many. We have 6. Rivnod, Valgavoth. Exile, Cryptrats. And there's Imp's Mischief. Then there's... I would play a negative effect if I drew a card off of it, but I don't imagine that any of them will do that. Bats. Choose any number of target creatures with equal toughness. Destroy the chosen creatures. Okay, so you go... Basically, Maha and then 4 mana kill everything. It is a one-off, though, so this is effectively no different than just casting Nausea, but it's 4 mana and split second. Yeah, that's not great. Turn creatures, Cabal Ritual. I did think about maybe having that. I don't think we're going to want that, though. Instance, instance, instance. We can probably get past most of this. And then get past most of this. I cut Snuff out, right? Where's my removal? No, I didn't cut Snuff out. Okay. Elite artifacts, Bantu's Monument, no. Altrops? So this just says they can't attack you, but otherwise irrelevant. Arians, Soul Cleaver, Bolas. All swamps become 1/1 creatures. Ooh. The Cormus Bell plus Urborg, all their stuff dies. Yeah. Cormus Bell. Oh, we should run Expedition maps so that we can tutor up Urborg coffers. Combo piece. You always play it if you're combo. You only play it if you're ever comboing for no other reason. All right. No, not relevant. Equipped creature gets whatever. Whenever a creature dies, this deals 2 damage to that creature's controller. Probably not enough to justify playing that. When it loses 1, pay 1 draw. Arena, Meat Hook Massacre. So basically 3 mana, kill everything, and then you gain life. Okay, that's not relevant. Noxious Field, we got that one already. Nest of Scarabs is -1 counter specifically. If it had a -1 counter on it specifically. Revel in Riches, we can just win the game without doing that, right? Yeah. And a creature gets -1. There's Sanguine Bond combo, not relevant to what we're doing. Creature tokens get -1. Oppression, so they're like strip your opponent's hand basically. Also probably not too relevant. Liliana can keep picking things off. That's like a reasonable card to have, I suppose. Liliana, the last hope. And then 3 more cards. I might just want generic like sweepers. Damnation, Deluge, probably nothing else. We're still short. Creatures have low toughness, so sweep them. Two more cards. What would we have in here? I would love more protection, but I don't think we're going to get it. So Saga right now tutors up top or Soul Ring. I guess I could add Commander's Plate to the deck. Let's run the land that lets us put our commander back in if they kill it. What's that card called? Is it Sanctum? Command Beacon, that's what it is. In case Maha gets countered or killed, so we don't have to spend a ton on it. All right, that seems reasonable enough to me. I think there's not going to be combos related to this for the most part. Clear this, input our URL. Our Nighthawks auto includes? No. All right, so we got Maha Knight, Maha Karvik, Fieldred, top, Bolas Citadel, or Citadel, top, Aetherflux Reservoir. And then the ones that we didn't run are a bunch of more expensive things that we don't really need. Yeah, that's all fine. Helm plus Dothy, yeah. I think that's good. I think we're good on that front. So Cormus Bell plus all the negative effects will kill all of our swamps, but it will also kill all of our opponent's stuff. And then if we ever have that, what that means is we have Maha in play, but then nobody can ever resolve any lands. So presumably Maha is strong enough to just kill all of our opponents by that point. Plus, if we have like Shieldred or whatever else in play, we can just kill our opponents that way. So although the Cormus Bell is symmetrical and not all of our minus effects are asymmetric, that's still probably fine. Anyways, I gotta get going. So here is the Maha deck. Here's the link in the chat if you guys are interested. Hopefully that all made sense and nobody's confused about any of the things that we're doing here. How much do you think this deck would piss people off? Probably, Not that much. It's not really preventing you from playing... Well, okay. It's preventing you from playing the game with cards like Winter Orb and whatnot, but... Or Winter Moon. And if you ever do get the combo, then everyone's basically dead. I don't imagine it's as bad as a lot of other decks, like Turgrid. The stuff that actually makes you straight up just discard everything is probably not such a big deal. Anyway, gotta get going. See you guys next time.